Capitalist crises generally take the phenomenal or surface form of crises of profit realization, even though they have their most fundamental roots in an overaccumulation of capital in relation to the prevailing rate of profit. All capitalist firms are concerned with securing their ability to sell their products at prices reflecting the expected profit margin, and therefore the anticipated rate of return on invested capital. Accordingly, both individual capitalist firms and the capitalist state tend to pursue what might be called circulationist strategies for mitigating capitalist crisis tendencies. It is generally only when the limits of these strategies have been reached that the social capital will resort to political economic policies of a more draconian and openly anti-labor character aimed directly at shoring up the average rate of profit through attacks on working-class living standards. Since circulationist strategies are often the preferred modus operandi for sustaining profitability, it is not surprising that the costs of circulation have increased dramatically as the fundamental contradictions of capitalism have intensified. A value-theoretical conceptualization of these costs, as well as related increases in the costs of maintaining an interventionist and expansive state apparatus, is therefore of great importance to specifying, on the basis of the theory of labor value, the concrete contours of contemporary capitalism's crisis tendencies. 38. 6 Crises of valorization and crises of realization. Although often would be hard-pressed to find much in Marx's writings to directly support the idea that the realization of surplus value constitutes a major problem for capitalism, it has nevertheless attracted a diverse group of influential Marxist theorists including Rosa Luxemburg, Paul Sweezy, Ernest Mondale and David Harvey. Proponents of Marx's own crisis theory, such as Grossman, Maddock, Sheik, and Carchedi, have been repeatedly reproached from this camp for underestimating the importance of this realization problem, one that Marx appeared to invoke in his critique of the French economist Jean-Baptiste Say. To be sure, Marx was a harsh critic of Say's law, also known as the law of the markets, detecting within it a touching faith in the capacity of the capitalist system to self-regulate and to maintain an equilibrium between supply and demand, so long as free market forces are given full sway. This law, which also came in for strong criticism from John Maynard Keynes and his followers in the 20th century, states that the production of commodity is simultaneously the production of the income needed to purchase those commodities, and that therefore general overproduction is no tendemic to capitalist economy. Marx thought otherwise. Furthermore, he emphasized that on surplus value is produced, it must still be realized as profit for expanded reproduction and the accumulation of capital to proceed. The difficulty, however, is that, periodically, commodities cannot be sold at the prices demanded by the capitalists. The problem of profit realization therefore is actually a problem of price realization rather than a problem of surplus value realization. Those who identify the latter as the phenomenon underlying crisis of overproduction not only claim that too much surplus value is produced relative to the system's ability to absorb it, and thereby sustain economic stability and growth, they also overstate its magnitude in order to give this claim credibility. 39 In a critique of Robert Brenner's account of the long-term profitability problems of Western capitalism, I noted that the theory of crisis implicit in his analysis, although itself not an underconsumptionist one, shared with underconsumptionism a stress on realization problems and the problem of deficient effective demand. According to Brenner, under capitalist social production relations, the generalization of the individual norms of profitability maximization combined with the pressure of competition on a system-wide scale tends to bring about the growth of the productive forces and overall productivity, with the result that, on the assumption that the real wage remains constant, both the rate and the mass of profit rise, assuming there are no problems of realization. But given capitalism's unplanned, competitive nature, realization problems cannot be assumed away. The same cost-cutting by firms, which creates the potential for aggregate profitability to rise, creates the potential for aggregate profitability to fall, leading to macroeconomic difficulties. 40. In addition to affirming his agreement with several neo-Ricardian notions pertaining to the determinants of the rate of profit, Brenner suggests that realization problems associated with overproduction flow primarily from the unplanned and competitive nature of capitalism. But for Marx, the inability of capitalists to realize prices adequate to sustain profitability stems from a crisis in valorization. The inadequate production of new value, and of surplus value in particular, results in a lack of effective demand within the sphere of circulation, and this problem flows from the replacement of living labor in production with increasingly sophisticated labor-saving technology. While the phenomenon of falling prices stems in large part from efficiencies imposed under the whip of market competition, such price adjustments are not the cause of realization problems in Marx's theory. A realization crisis arises only when the realized prices of commodities are inadequate to sustain the average rate of profit on an economy-wide scale. What must be explained, then, is why prices relative to costs cannot be sustained at levels permitting a stable, or better yet, a rising rate of profit. To approach the matter from a different angle, the question is, how can we explain the aggregate fall in purchasing power that prevents prices from remaining at levels compatible with stable profitability? The answer, for Marx, is that the labor-saving and labor-displacing technological innovation that enhances productivity must also, at the macro level, reduce the magnitude of aggregate values that are the basis of aggregate prices. Once this phenomenon is theoretically apprehended, it becomes clear that aggregate prices must fall as the values sustaining them recede, and it is precisely this that explains why capitalists are unable to command prices for their commodities, in the aggregate, that can sustain the average rate of profit. This analysis, which highlights the problem of an insufficient production of new value, is thus directly opposed to Say's law, for it recognizes that any equilibrium between supply and demand is both fleeting and subject to periodic disruption due to the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. In an exceptionally clear formulation, John Maynard Keynes described Say's law as stating that the aggregate demand price always accommodates itself to the aggregate supply price. 41 Taking this observation as his starting point, Shane Mage defines the Marxist understanding of effective demand and with it the problem of realization as follows. 41 Keynes 1936, p. 26, cited by Mage 1963, p. 130. 220 Chapter 7. The aggregate supply price schedule in Marx is the same as in all classical and neoclassical economics, the cost of production of each output plus the given rate of return on the capital involved. But this rate of return is given as the prevailing average in the immediate past. If the falling tendency of the rate of profit is in operation, the realized rate of return based on the identity of proceeds with aggregate value must be less than this given expected rate of profit, and thus the effective demand must be less than the aggregate supply price. Accordingly, far from being deduced under the assumption that Say's law was valid, Marx's law of the falling tendency of the rate of profit is directly and completely contradictory to Say's law, but in a clearly defined way. The rate of profit does not fall because there is not enough effective demand. On the contrary, there is deficient effective demand because the rate of profit is falling. The essential meaning of overproduction is production of too many means of production and necessaries of life to permit of their serving as means for the exploitation of laborers at a certain rate of profit. 42. 7. The historical structural crisis of capitalism. Substantial basis exists in Marx's work for understanding the falling rate of profit as not only a precipitant of cyclical or conjunctural interruptions of the capitalist accumulation process, but also as an expression peculiar to the capitalist mode of production of a growing and irresolvable contradiction between the social relations and the forces of production, that is, of a historical structural crisis of capitalism. This idea is clearly expressed in the following passages from Marx's Grundrisse. Is in every respect the most important law of modern political economy, and the most essential for understanding the most difficult relations. It is the most important from the historical standpoint. Beyond a certain point, the development of the powers of production become a barrier for capital, hence the capital relation a barrier for the development of the productive powers of labor. When it has reached this point, capital, i.e. wage labor, enters into the same relation towards the development of the social wealth and of the forces of production as the guild system, serfdom, slavery, and is necessarily stripped off as a fetter. The last form of servitude assumed by human activity, that of wage labor on one side, capital on the other, is thereby cast off like a skin, and this casting off itself is the result of the mode of production corresponding to capital, the material and mental conditions of the negation of wage labor and of capital, themselves already the negation of earlier forms of unfree social production themselves results of its production process. The growing incompatibility between the productive development of society and its hitherto existing relations of production expresses itself in bitter contradictions, crises, spasms. The violent destruction of capital not by relations external to it, but rather as a condition of its self-preservation, is the most striking form in which advice is given it to be gone and to give room to a higher state of social production. Point 43. Several points in these passages should be especially noted. First, Marx refers to the development of the powers of production as a barrier to capital, and to the capital relation as a barrier for the development of the productive powers of labor. This suggests a dialectical interaction between the material forces and the social relations of production in which, increasingly, each stands as a barrier to the other. If the expansion of the forces of production undermines the relations of production, pointing to the latter's growing irrationality, the relations of production also undermine the forces of production, in particular, the potential to expand the global productivity of labor. As long as capitalism survives, this destructive interaction must persist. The forces of production can prevail over the relations of production only through the latter's elimination and the emergence of a higher state of social production. Second, Marx refers to the growing incompatibility between the productive development of society and its hitherto existing relations of production. This point is crucial to the historical significance of the law of the falling rate of profit. A falling rate of profit resulting from an overaccumulation of capital is a feature of both the period of capitalist ascent and the period of capitalist decline. If this law is also the harbinger of capitalist decline, the expression of an irremediable contradiction fatal to capital's continuing ability to systematically promote the development of labor productivity and with it human culture, then it must have a somewhat different significance and expression during the era of capitalist decline than it had when capital was still playing an historically progressive role. This seems to be the burden of Marx's reference to a growing incompatibility, and yet the expression of this growing. 222 Chapter 7. Incompatibility is left unspecified by Marx, except for a reference to bitter contradictions, crises, spasms, that is, to phenomena that have been recurrent features of capitalism since its birth. This brings us to a third point. Marx also implies that the growing incompatibility between the forces and relations of production will find expression in the violent destruction of capital not by relations external to it, but rather as a condition of its self-preservation. Here Marx proved to be remarkably prescient, for it has been the quite literal physical destruction of capital in world wars that led many 20th century and contemporary Marxists to conclude that capitalism has indeed entered into historical structural crisis. In Lenin's terms, capitalism has reached its highest stage with the advent of imperialism, a phenomenon that expresses, above all, the attempt of the most developed capitalist countries to resolve their internal contradictions at the expense of each other as well as at the expense of the less developed colonial and semi-colonial countries they dominate. But if imperialism and its associated conflicts have demonstrated how destructive the capital relation can be to existing stocks of physical capital, the growth of unproductive sectors within the most developed capitalist countries also signifies that the capital relation is destructive to the productive and emancipatory potential of the technology that has developed under its wing. Indeed, in an era when nuclear weapons have made a resolution of the internal contradiction of capitalist production through a military extension of the external field of production immensely perilous, this thwarting of the great potential of science and technology, together with the wasteful allocation of social labor and other resources to unproductive activities that are socially necessary solely from the standpoint of capitalism, may well be the most striking form in which advice is given to be gone and to give room to a higher stage of social production. At the same time, it would be foolish to discount the very real tendencies toward world war that capitalism continues to breed and the attendant threat of a thermonuclear Armageddon, a possibility that has only been strengthened by the change in geopolitical dynamics ushered in by the collapse of the Soviet bloc, the long-term decline of US imperialism, and the growing tensions between the imperialist West and the emerging great powers of Eurasia. China and Russia. Chapter 8. Socially necessary unproductive labor. Valorization and crisis. In this chapter, I examine several issues pertaining to a Marxist value theoretical interpretation of the distinction between productive and unproductive labor. By value theoretical I mean an approach predicated on Marx's labor theory of value and informed by his historical materialist critique of commodity and capital fetishism. Point 1. What will distinguish my treatment from most previous treatments of these issues will be my contention that the income of the great majority of unproductive workers is most appropriately conceived as an overhead cost of the system as a whole, in value theoretical terms, as elements of the constant capital whose use values are consumed in the reproduction process of the social capital, but whose value is preserved and reappears in the gross value of output. This approach, though proposed by Shane Mage as early as 1963, has received scant attention. Its great merit in my view is that it helps to resolve many of the long-standing theoretical difficulties with well-established Marxian treatments of unproductive labor by scrapping the curious convention of treating the wage bill of unproductive workers as a non-profit component of social surplus value, and by acknowledging that most forms of unproductive labor are vitally necessary to sustaining profitability and to reproducing the institutional framework of the valorization process. 1. Marx and the problem of unproductive labor. All forms of unproductive labor have one obvious thing in common: none, by definition, is productive. The simplest way to begin is therefore to establish how productive labor is conceptualized in Marx's theory. Point 2. First, in all of his writings on the subject, Marx is unequivocally clear that productive labor is by no means synonymous or coextensive with production labor, that is, manual and or mental labor directly involved in the production of use values. Production labor is not specific to the capitalist mode of production, as it is also performed in non-capitalist modes of production and in non-commodified domains of capitalist society. Productive labor, on the other hand, is that which is productive for capital. It is labor that not only produces commodities, but is also employed by capital and is specifically productivity of surplus value. For Marx this last is the key criterion. Labor may be in the employ of capital, and yet not be productive. It may even produce a measurable output in physical terms and or assist individual capitalists in realizing a profit, and yet still not be productive. In the specifically Marxist sense, only waged or salaried labor that participates directly in a capitalist labor process and directly creates and augments social surplus value can be regarded as productive. Second, Marx's distinction between productive and unproductive labor is inseparable from his value theory, which, for our purposes, involves two fundamental postulates: that living labor is the sole source of all new value at the level of the capitalist economy as a whole, and that value exists as a definite quantitative magnitude limiting profits, purchasing power, and the realizability of set prices. Marx holds living labor to be the unique source of new value because value, as the social substance of prices, wages, and profits, is fundamentally an expression of the social division of living labor. External objects or useful effects only have value insofar as they stand in a particular relationship to abstract, socially necessary labor, a structure of socio-economic relations grounded in production and regulating exchange as the social form of capitalist reproduction. Moreover, value exists as a definite quantitative magnitude precisely because it has a real existence in the relations comprising the social division of labor. Although subjective factors may play a role in how value is distributed between various economic agents, the value magnitude is nevertheless the resultant of irreducibly objective conditions within capitalist production. Foremost among these conditions is precisely the quantity of living labor that is expended in the production of commodities representing surplus value. The magnitude of productive labor implicated in commodity production, therefore, has a very real bearing on what Marx called the laws of motion of capitalism, the rise, the dynamics, and the decline of the capitalist mode of production. Given this, the distinction between productive and unproductive labor acquires a decisive significance for the analysis of capitalist economies. The macroeconomic emphasis evident in the above rendering of Marx's value theory is of course complementary to the definition of productive labor as labor that directly creates and augments social surplus value. For Marx, capital is self-expanding value, value in search of an increment. The value expansion, or valorization, process is inherently a macroeconomic process. This is so for two reasons. First, the distinction between the necessary labor that produces the value equivalent of the worker's wages and the surplus labor that produces surplus value, together with the very definition of what constitutes socially necessary labor time, is established on an economy-wide scale. Individual producers are obliged through competitive market pressures to adapt their concrete labor processes in accordance with standards prevailing within the economy as a whole. Second, social surplus value is the result of the collective exploitation of all productive labor by the total social capital. Individual capitalist firms do not realize as profit the magnitude of surplus value that they extract from their own workers. Rather, the surplus value appropriated within capitalist production as a whole is distributed to individual capitals on the basis of the average rate of profit calculated on the capital investment. 3 The tendency toward the equalization of the rates of profit and the formation of a general rate of profit is the mechanism whereby unproductive capitals participate with productive capitals in the division, distribution, and realization of social surplus value, as a reward for their specific contributions to the reproduction and enlargement of the total social capital. The differentiation between productive and unproductive capital reflects, then, a division of labor among the living agents of self-expanding value, that is, a division of labor within the capitalist class. It is a functional differentiation within capital that facilitates the valorization process and therewith the accumulation of capital. Having established what, for Marx, constitutes productive labor, we are now in a position to distinguish between the main forms of unproductive labor. Two principal forms are already indicated: labor that belongs to non-capitalist socio-economic activities and therefore cannot serve to augment social surplus value, and labor that is in the employ of unproductive capital and therefore facilitates the valorization process but does not contribute directly to the augmentation of social surplus value. To these should be added, labor that is employed by the capitalist state and likewise contributes indirectly to valorization and accumulation through its role in maintaining the institutional framework of capitalist society, and labor employed by productive capital but which nevertheless contributes only indirectly to valorization and accumulation. The last three forms of unproductive labor, what might be referred to as circulation labor and social maintenance labor, have expanded considerably in the advanced capitalist countries since Marx's time, while the first form has declined precipitously. Yet it was undoubtedly only the first form that Marx had in mind when he enunciated his much quoted but quite misleading definition of unproductive labor as labor which is not exchanged with capital, but directly with revenue, that is with wages or profit. 5 In Capital 2 and Capital 3, Marx unequivocally affirms the existence of forms of unproductive labor that are not exchanged with revenue, but rather with capital. In these later treatments Marx is concerned with the specifically capitalist incarnations of unproductive labor, the socially or systemically necessary forms of unproductive labor that serve the reproduction of the capitalist socio-economic order. To be sure, in Capital 2, Marx still refers to unproductive workers who receive for their services a part of the luxury expenditure of the capitalists and who are themselves to this extent a luxury item. 6 But the main focus is no longer on Form 1 unproductive labor of the luxury type. Rather it has shifted to unproductive labor in the sphere of circulation and town productive labor at the cost of circulation. Such activities as buying, selling, and bookkeeping are singled out by Marx as types of unproductive labor with a very different import than the unproductive labor of butlers, maids, and stable boys. Labor power and labor time must be spent to a certain degree in the circulation process. But this now appears as an additional outlay of capital. A part of the variable capital must be deployed in acquiring these labor powers that function only in circulation. This capital advance creates neither products nor value. It proportionately reduces the scale on which capital advanced functions productively. 7. Clearly, the unproductive labor to which Marx refers here is socially necessary to capital insofar as it contributes not to the creation of surplus value but to its realization in the sphere of circulation. Moreover, Marx is clear that this form of unproductive labor is indeed exchanged with capital. Yet he also states that the capital advance made to acquire these unproductive labor powers is a part of the variable capital, a suggestion that contradicts his fundamental definition of variable capital as that part of the social capital invested in acquiring labor power of the productive type. 8. This contradiction in Marx's thinking on the problem of circulation labor reflects a contradiction existing in reality. The circumstance that labor involved in the circulation of capital is productive from the standpoint of individual capitals, even though it is unproductive from the point of view of the social capital. What we are considering then is a variable capital sui generis, a portion of the social capital exhibiting some but by no means all of the characteristics associated with variable capital. In brief, circulation labor is subject to exploitation, even though it is not directly productive of surplus value. In the case of a buying and selling agent who works for a capitalist, Marx states that as a wage laborer he works part of the day for nothing. He may receive every day the value product of 8 hours labor, and function for 10. Yet, 2 hours surplus labor that he performs no more produce value than do his 8 hours of necessary labor, although it is by means of the latter that a part of the social product is transferred to him. 9. For the industrial capitalist who employs this type of unproductive labor, the capital exchanged with it is an overhead cost of production, a faux phrase, that should be kept to a minimum. Such labor does not augment social surplus value, Marx insists, even though it performs a necessary function, because the reproduction process itself includes unproductive functions. 10. Yet for the commercial capitalist who employs such labor, its significance is necessarily very different. The surplus labor performed by unproductive workers in the sphere of circulation is precisely the means whereby a part of the social product is transferred to commercial capital in the form of merchant's profit. Hence, in Capital 3, Marx writes, commercial capital's relationship to surplus value is different from that of industrial capital. The latter produces surplus value by directly appropriating the unpaid labor of others. The former appropriates a portion of this surplus value by getting it transferred from industrial capital to itself. The very function by virtue of which the commercial capitalist's money is capital is performed in large measure by his employees on his instructions. Their unpaid labor, even though it does not create surplus value, does create his ability to appropriate surplus value, which, as far as this capital is concerned, gives exactly the same result, i.e., it is its source of profit. 11. The fact that buying and selling agents in both the spheres of production and circulation perform functions that are necessary to completing the circuit of capital in no way suggests that the paid labor of such agents will not be viewed differently by industrial and commercial capitals. The former will see such labor costs as a deduction from its profits, the latter as a source of profits. Both perspectives embrace a partial truth. But the real significance of this form of labor from the standpoint of the social capital as a whole can only be grasped by taking into consideration its contributions to the overall process of capitalist production/reproduction. From this standpoint, socially necessary unproductive labor, whether of the circulation or the social maintenance types, has a highly complex relationship to the valorization and accumulation processes, one that must necessarily find a subtle theoretical expression at the level of Marx's fundamental value categories. These categories comprise the three constituents of the total value of the commodity product: constant capital, variable capital, and surplus value. At different times and in different theoretical contexts, Marx subsumed the wage labor costs of SNUL under all three of these categories, never definitively resolving the problem of how SNUL should be specified in value theoretical terms. Unfortunately, the conventional Marxian treatment of the problem, which treats the wage bill of SNUL as a non-profit component of social surplus value, does justice neither to the dialectical subtlety of Marx's theory nor to the real complexity of the SNUL phenomenon under capitalism. 12. The specification of SNUL costs as elements of social surplus value became a convention within Marxist discourses only with the rise of underconsumptionism in Marxian crisis theory. 13 The monopoly capitalism school in particular has championed this specification in a fashion that has a clear affinity to its view that the key problem facing modern capitalism is one of absorbing the surplus. 14 On this view, unproductive labor is functional to capitalism, not only because it's on the job activity helps to realize surplus value, but also because unproductive workers' consumptive behavior generates additional effective demand for an ever-growing economic surplus. 15 Such an analysis comes close to suggesting that unproductive labor is deliberate make work, designed and paid for by microeconomic agents to redress a macroeconomic effective demand problem. The problem here is that the feedback mechanism in this particular functional loop is impossible to specify. 16 Yet many Marxists who are not proponents of underconsumption theories of crisis have also accepted the proposition that SNUL is paid for out of surplus value. Joseph Gilman, for example, asserts, the whole congeries of administrative expense and selling costs, as well as rent, interest, and business taxes, are all part of surplus value. 17 This view is seconded by Anwar Sheikh, a leading proponent of Marx's LTRPF. The question Marx poses is, out of what fund are distribution activities to be supported? And the answer he gives is, out of the surplus product, out of surplus value. After the replacement of the costs of production, there remains the surplus product from which all further costs of capitalist reproduction must eventually be defrayed. 18 Given the near consensus on this point among Marxists who uphold the productive-unproductive distinction, it is important to emphasize that Marx never offered such a clear answer to the question attributed to him by Sheikh. Indeed, the sole basis in Marx's writings for the specification of SNUL costs as paid for out of surplus value seems to be his ambiguous reference to a deduction from surplus value in the following passage from Capital 2. The generalized total circulation costs hatterise simply from a change in form of the commodity cannot add any value to it. They are simply costs involved in realizing the value or transferring it from one form into another. The capital expended in these costs belongs to the faux phrase of capitalist production. The replacement of these costs must come from the surplus product, and from the standpoint of the capitalist classes wholly it forms a deduction of surplus value or surplus product, in just the same way as the time that a worker needs to buy his means of subsistence is lost for him. 19. An obvious difficulty with this passage is that it appears to contradict Marx's treatment of commercial capital and the costs of circulation as this is elaborated in Capital 3, as well as in other passages of Capital 2. Indeed, the way it has been interpreted by Sweezy, Gilman, Sheikh and others renders it totally incompatible with the burden of this latter treatment, which we shall turn to shortly. The incompatibility disappears, however, if we amend the wording of the first sentence to read any new value instead of any value, and if we examine the concept of a deduction from surplus value more closely. The main preliminary point that needs to be made is that a deduction from surplus value can be understood in either a relative or an absolute sense. Proponents of the conventional specification of SNUL are clearly committed to an absolute interpretation. For them, Marx is referring to a straightforward subtraction. Yet, in a passage where Marx actually defines the concept, such an interpretation is logically excluded. The actual circulation costs increase the value of the product, but decrease the surplus value. The costs of circulation generally, insofar as they're merely economic moments, circulation proper are concerned, are to be regarded as deductions from surplus value, i.e. as an increase of necessary labor in relation to surplus labor. 20 Consistent with his Capital 3 treatment, Marx is quite clear here that the costs of circulation increase the value of the commodity product. Yet if the circulation costs were paid for out of surplus value, there would be no increase in the value of the product. All that would happen is that the total surplus value would be divided between the payment of circulation costs and the surplus value available for private capitalist consumption and accumulation. But since, according to Marx, these costs increase the value of the product, any decrease in surplus value must only be a relative one. Hence, what is involved in a deduction from surplus value is a diminution in the proportion of the commodity's value that takes the form of surplus value. If the added circulation costs did not exist, if they were unnecessary, the absolute magnitude of new surplus value would not increase, but this magnitude would represent a larger proportion of the total value of the commodity product. The corollary to this would be that industrial capital would appropriate all of the surplus value. Marx also suggests that a deduction from surplus value signifies an increase of necessary labor in relation to surplus labor. But if the costs of circulation were really a non-profit component of surplus value, such a definition would be absurd. For if, as Marx insists, surplus value is simply a monetized form assumed by surplus labor under capitalism, and if, as Sheik and others insist, a deduction from surplus value is still a component of surplus value, then Marx's last sentence might just as well read, the costs of circulation are to be regarded as surplus labor, i.e. as an increase of necessary labor in relation to surplus labor, clearly insofar as a deduction from surplus value represents an increase in necessary labor. The wage bill of this necessary labor cannot be considered a component of aggregate social surplus value on any logically coherent grounds. If the costs of circulation are not to be regarded as a part of the aggregate surplus value, how then should they be treated? The most adequate answer to date has been suggested by Shane Mage. What takes place in the unproductive spheres is simply the outlay of a determined and necessary constituent part of the total social capital. 21 Mage's inspiration for this approach is the Marx of Capital 3, who states, although forms additional capital, it does not form any more surplus value. It must be replaced out of the commodity's value, for a portion of this value must be reconverted back into these circulation costs. Point 22 Since circulation activity can add no new value to the commodity product, Marx concludes that the additional value that adds to commodities by his expenses is reducible to the addition of previously existing values, even though the question still arises here as to how he maintains and conserves the value of this constant capital. Point 23 The relationship of commercial capital to the commodity product is therefore similar to that of means of production, which add previously existing value but can confer no new value. Such a parallel is supported by Marx's own imagery. One merchant may, by way of his operations, shorten the buying and selling time for many producers. He should then be considered as a machine that reduces the expenditure of useless energy, or helps to set free production time. The capital advance creates neither products nor value. It proportionately reduces the scale on which the capital advanced functions productively. It is the same as if part of the product was transformed into a machine that bought and sold the remaining part of the product. Point 24. What all this implies is that the variable capital sui generis deployed by unproductive capital is, from the standpoint of the social capital, qualitatively similar to the constant capital deployed by productive capital. It is variable only in its ability to transfer magnitudes of already existing surplus value from the productive to the unproductive spheres. Moreover, whether paid for by commercial or industrial capital, the costs of circulation form a component of the capital advanced and therefore reduce the average rate of profit. The surplus value S remains constant, but the capital advance C still grows from C to C, so that the profit rate S/C is replaced by the smaller profit rate S/. The industrial capitalist therefore attempts to keep these circulation costs to a minimum, just as he does his outlay on constant capital. 25 Marx's near explicit treatment of unproductive labor costs as a form of constant capital in the above passages finds explicit expression in the way that Mage specifies the value categories. The difference between variable capital and constant capital is founded on their differing modes of transferring value to the commodity product, and in the case of constant capital this characteristic mode is precisely the addition of previously existing values. Consequently, the appropriate treatment for the outlay on unproductive expenses in general, provided only that they are socially necessary under the existing form of social organization, is to regard them as part of the constant capital advanced and expended. Point 26. Mage applies this reasoning to both circulation labor and the social maintenance labor supported by the capitalist state. Like commercial and financial capital, the state carries out a range of tasks indispensable to perpetuating the institutional framework of the valorization process. Like them, the state appears both as a socially necessary apparatus and as a barrier to capitalist accumulation, and like them, the state's role in the production of surplus value is an indirect one, except, of course, where the state is itself involved in profit-generating commodity production. 27 Unlike commercial and financial capital. However, the capitalist state is not a private accumulator. Most of its revenues are obtained through taxation rather than through participation in surplus value redistribution on the basis of the average rate of profit. Rather than compete with capitalist enterprises for a share of social surplus value, the capitalist state is principally concerned with obtaining adequate value to allow it to continuously acquit its historically developed tasks. This is not to say that the state never captures a portion of currently produced surplus value in order to expand its activities. On the contrary, it has exhibited a strong historical tendency to do precisely this. 28 Yet, while the state regularly appropriates a certain share of newly created surplus value as a means of further entrenching its role in social reproduction, it is wrong to regard most tax revenues as a deduction from surplus value, just as it is wrong to treat the tax on labor income as a deduction from variable capital. 29. From the standpoint of the social capital, the state is a machine of social reproduction. 30 Like any other machine, it requires maintenance, amortization, new parts, and a continuous supply of fuel and energy. Accordingly, the social capital, in whose historical interests the capitalist state functions, must set aside a considerable portion of the value it realizes in order to continuously finance state activity, just as it must set aside some of the same realized value to replenish raw material stocks, depreciated fixed capital, and expended fuel supplies in the mines, mills, and factories that are the principal sites of surplus value production. A few qualifications are now in order. Like the unproductive capital in the sphere of circulation, the state carries out a range of tasks that are indispensable to maintaining the institutional framework of the valorization process. In this sense, it contributes indirectly to the production of social surplus value. Yet the capital exchanged with SNUL in the state sphere is not regarded by any segment of the social capital as contributory to profits. While the precise way in which state employees perform unpaid labor may seem problematic. 31 It is clear that such state-supported social maintenance labor is exchanged with a form of constant capital that has even less in common with variable capital than that exchanged with circulation labor. For state capital is not exchanged with SNUL with a view to transferring surplus value from the sphere of production to the state, but with a view to centralizing and rationalizing some of the overhead costs of the social capital as a whole and to attenuating systemic contradictions. The great majority of its revenues are obtained through a political taxation process, which may have the appearance of democratically involving all citizens as taxpayers but which finally always amounts to a tax on the social capital. 32. 3. Constant capital and capital fetishism. One possible objection to treating SNUL costs as a component of the constant capital flow is that the latter is almost always thought of as means of production and as directly implicated in the physical process of producing commodities. But constant capital is not merely a value expression of its material forms in the immediate process of production. Rather, it is one expression of the social relation that is capital, the other expression being variable capital. It is therefore quite reasonable to argue that the category of constant capital encompasses all those advances and costs associated with the total process of capitalist production and reproduction that are not encompassed by variable capital. If variable capital is defined as that portion of the social capital that is transformed into the living labor that is directly productive of surplus value, then constant capital may be defined as the portion transformed into all the elements of capitalist production/reproduction that are indirectly implicated in the total valorization process. As such, constant capital may assume the form of SNUL just as easily as it assumes the form of a drill press, an industrial robot, a ton of steel, or a cash register. To assume that constant capital must be directly implicated in use value production to be indirectly implicated in valorization is a fetishistic error. Marx's critique of fetishist political economy involves centrally a rejection of the confusion of the social and the material natural aspects of production and of the product of labor. The conventional Marxian identification of constant capital with the physical means of production is no less an instance of such confusion than is the neoclassical/neo-Ricardian failure to distinguish between productive and unproductive forms of wage labor. Neoclassical economic theory cannot distinguish between the productive labor that creates the material/natural content of the commodity product and the unproductive labor that affects its sale, because sales activity is conceived as the final act in the production of a use value bearing the required commodified form. In a sense, the activity of the circulation worker is perceived as productive of the social form of the product of labor. Activity in the sphere of circulation, on this view, does more than effect a change in titles of ownership and thereby facilitate the realization of commodity values. Rather, it attaches the commodity form to the product of labor, as a kind of social icing on the cake. By positing an external relation between the natural content and the social form of the product of labor, the neoclassical approach lays the basis for treating each as a unique productive contribution of, respectively, industry and commerce to the creation of wealth. Marx's theory of value, by contrast, is based on a dialectical conception of the form-content relation as internal and contradictory. 33 From this perspective, the conventional Marxian treatment of constant capital and SNUL adopts a fetishistic view of capitalist economy, while, paradoxically, disarming the proponents of the productive-unproductive distinction of their most valuable theoretical weapon, consistency in resisting the conceptual conflation of the material/natural and the social. The various forms of constant capital constitute elements of the total process of capitalist production and reproduction that owe their existence to the past transformation of surplus value into capital. In this sense, constant capital in general forms part of a historically constituted social surplus product from which all systemic costs must be defrayed. But past surplus value and newly created surplus value are by no means coextensive, and there is no good reason to say that the value of an industrial robot should be subsumed under the former, while the value of SNUL should be subsumed under the latter. Upon some reflection, then, it is not difficult to see that what Marx said about the means of production is, in principle, quite applicable to the means of circulation and social maintenance as well. As regards the means of production, what is really consumed is their use value, and the consumption of this use value by labor results in the product. There is in fact no consumption of their value, and it would therefore be inaccurate to say that it is reproduced. It is rather preserved. Hence the value of the means of production reappears in the value of the product, but it is not strictly reproduced in that value. What is produced is a new use value in which the old exchange value reappears. 34. It might be objected that when Marx speaks of the use values of means of production being consumed by labor and resulting in a new product, he is speaking of a process that is not duplicated in the unproductive spheres. This is quite true. It may nevertheless be argued that the use values of the means of reproduction are consumed in a process of facilitating valorization and capital accumulation, but that this consumption does not involve the consumption of their value. Instead, the value of the consumed means of reproduction is preserved and reappears in the value of the commodity product. In other words, two streams of constant capital value reappear in the new social product, one emanating from the immediate process of use value production, the other from the spheres of circulation and social maintenance. The myriad concrete forms of constant capital share this common essence: they are means of presenting living labor as new value. Means of production, means of circulation and means of social maintenance are all indispensable to maintaining and enhancing the productivity of surplus value producing labor, and each therefore has a claim to participating indirectly in the valorization process. It matters little that means of production are directly involved in use value production, while the means of circulation and of social maintenance are not. What matters insofar as the valorization process is concerned is that each of these means of living productive labor represents an element of capital that can contribute to surplus value production only as facilitators. Living productive labor is the sole source of surplus value in Marx's theory, and it is therefore capital fetishism to impute to constant capital in production more than an auxiliary role in the production of value, a role paralleled in the unproductive spheres by SNUL. This is the unmistakable burden of the following passage from Marx's Grundrisse: to the extent that the instrument of production is itself a value, objectified labor, it does not contribute as a pro. 34 Marx 1977, pages 315-16, emphasis added. 238 Chapter 8. Ductive force. If capital could obtain the instrument of production at no cost, for zero, what would be the consequence? The same as if the cost of circulation equals 0.35. 4 Theoretical advantages of treating SNUL as constant capital. Perhaps the single greatest merit of treating SNUL as part of the constant capital flow is that it serves to affirm its indispensability for capitalism. Proponents of the conventional treatment of SNUL as a non-profit component of surplus value tend either to subsume SNUL under an expanded notion of luxury consumption or to overstate the discretion enjoyed by capital in the disposition of the social surplus product as between productive and non-productive uses. By emphasizing the social necessity of SNUL for the reproduction of the social capital, the constant capital conceptualization recognizes and gives due weight to a powerful argument often advanced by critics of the productive-unproductive distinction, that circulation labor contributes materially to a decrease in the turnover period of capital by increasing the velocity of commodities as they move through circulation. In Marxist terms, such a decrease means a higher level of employment of productive labor than might otherwise be the case, and consequently an increase in the absolute magnitude of surplus value produced relative to the capital advanced. Marx discussed this phenomenon at length under the rubric of the annual rate of surplus value. If the variable capital turns over 10 times in the year, then the mass of surplus value produced in the course of the year will be 10 times that corresponding to one turnover period 36. Indeed, a decrease in circulation time, other things being equal, must mean an increase in the rate of profit. In light of this consideration, the Marx of Capital II could only have admonished the Marx of Capital III for assuming that an increase in the capital advanced on circulation costs could not increase the magnitude of surplus value. Due to the significant influence of the annual rate of surplus value on the average rate of profit, the direction of change in the previously cited rate of profit S/C plus C becomes somewhat indeterminate. 37 Nevertheless, such a reduction in circulation time is by no means easily accomplished. The costs of circulation may well rise under the compet. It of pressures without yielding significant decreases in the average turnover time of the social capital. Circulationist strategies may be pursued by individual capitals to shore up profit margins, but the unintended consequence of these strategies may be a downward pressure on the average rate of profit, analogous to what Marx says occurs when living labor is replaced by labor-saving machinery in production. Undoubtedly, the costs of circulation have been rationalized considerably as a result of the evolving functional division of labor between industrial, commercial, and financial capital. Yet it is also quite clear that these costs have evinced a tendency to rise as the contradictions of capitalism have intensified, and these rising circulation costs may, under certain conditions, contribute to a crisis of profitability. 38 The picture is therefore a highly contradictory one. Under conditions of increasing market accessibility, SNUL may enhance the annual rate of surplus value and play a significant role in augmenting social surplus value. But under conditions of market contraction and intensified competition over market shares, SNUL may only help individual capitals hold their own against competitors, permitting them to lay claim to their rightful share of a pool of surplus value that is shrinking relative to capital invested. The more autonomy that commercial and financial capital have from industrial capital under such conditions, the greater the damage that they may inflict upon productive capital, the valorization process and the average rate of profit. By conceptualizing SNUL as a necessary systemic overhead cost, The constant capital approach emphasizes that capital's room for maneuver with respect to these problems is quite limited, giving Marx's proposition that the true barrier to capitalist production is capital itself a somewhat new twist. 39 What needs to be stressed is that none of these considerations are adequately captured in the conventional Marxian conceptualization of unproductive labor. On this conceptualization, the capitalist economy is either one in which the economic surplus is rising, or in which the distinction between a gross rate of profit and a net rate of profit is a meaningful one for economic policy debates. 40 The constant capital conceptualization, on the other hand, affirms that the fall in the rate of profit can no more be stemmed by redirecting investment from SNUL to productive labor than it can be by redirecting investment from fixed constant capital to variable capital. It is, in other words, resistant to a politically reform. 38 See Lebowitz 1972. 39 Marx 1981b, p. 358. 40 See Chernomas 1987. Productive labor. PL and PL wage costs as value. Does PL produce surplus value? Does PL produce new value? Does PL preserve previously existing value? Does PL function as variable capital? Are PL wages a component of social surplus value? Are PL wages a component of constant capital flow? As variable capital? Yes, 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 no, no. SNUL and SNUL wage costs as value. Does SNUL produce surplus value? Does SNUL produce new value? Does SNUL preserve previously existing value? Does SNUL function as variable capital? Are SNUL wages a component of social surplus value? Are SNUL wages a component of the constant capital flow? As variable capital? Yes, 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 no, no. As surplus value? No, no, probably no, but unclear. No, yes, no. As constant capital? No, no, yes, no, no, yes. Is perspective, staking its ground on Marx's own conviction that the system moves in contradiction and is subject to increasingly severe crisis tendencies. By way of concluding this section, Table 4 provides schematic representations of how productive labor is generally defined in Marxist theory along with 3 alternative ways of specifying SNUL. 41. Chapter 9. Imperialism, Unequal Development, and the Law of Value. Up to this point, we have considered the operations and effects of the capitalist law of value under conditions in which, a. the mobility of capital, as between branches of production and fields of investment, is relatively unimpeded, and b. the mobility of labor is sufficient to dictate that the main determinant of differentials in rates of surplus value is the relative sophistication of the tools, equipment and machinery with which workers in different industries are working. Rather than variations in the intensity of labor. These trois conditions may be taken as given in the relatively homogeneous capitalist economic environments associated with nation-states, although even in such ethnically homogeneous and politically centralist countries as Japan, significant regional variations can mitigate these conditions to some degree. Looser federative or confederative formations may circumscribe an economic environment in which regional variations will play a larger role, and in which fragmented political authority may significantly reduce the scope for unfettered capital and labor mobility. But it is above all in the international arena that the above-mentioned conditions are most compromised, and that serious questions are posed pertaining to the operation of the law of value. The problem of the internationalization of the law of value has received closest attention from theorists concerned with issues of imperialism and Third World underdevelopment. Hence, it is in this theoretical context that our discussion finds its natural starting point. 1. Unequal capitalist development on a world scale. Prior to the advent of neoliberal globalization around 1990 and the attendant acceleration of industrialization in several post-colonial countries, it was a commonplace to observe that Marx failed to anticipate the formidable obstacles to economic development and social progress that capitalism had erected in many of the less developed or underdeveloped countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. In this connection, his optimistic predictions concerning the impact of British colonialism in India and his 242 Chapter 9 forecast in the Communist Manifesto that European capitalism would create a world after its sounimage have been frequently cited. And it is also clear that Marx later revised the projections of the manifesto significantly by disclosing the laws of capitalist development and decline who generati uneven and highly unequal patterns of development in the global economy. From a perspective informed by the law of the falling rate of profit, in particular, the development of underdevelopment is an inexorable concomitant of capitalism's historical structural crisis, a phenomenon portending increasingly formidable barriers to capital accumulation not only in the weaker capitalist nations and the semi-capitalist periphery, but in the citadels of world capitalism as well. Furthermore, an intensification of the contradictions of developed capitalism could not fail to have the most profound implications for worldwide economic development and serve to exacerbate el reducción tempo of indigenous capital accumulaciones between more developed and the less developed regions of the world capitalist economy. It is precisely in connection with these considerations that Marx's discussion of foreign trade and investment as counteracting tendencies to the law of the falling rate of profit needs to be approached. Insofar as foreign trade cheapens on the one hand the elements of constant capital and on the other the necessary means of subsistence into which variable capital is converted, it acts to raise the rate of profit by raising the rate of surplus value and reducing the value of constant capital. Capital invested in foreign trade can yield a higher rate of profit, firstly, because it competes with commodities produced by other countries with less developed production facilities, so that the more advanced country sells its goods above their value, even though still more cheaply than its competitors. As far as capital invested in the colonies, etc. is concerned, the reason why this can yield higher profit rates is that the profit rate is generally higher there on account of the lower degree of development, and so too is the exploitation of labor, through the use of slaves and coolies, etc. 1. Marx points here to some key factors underlying the uneven, restricted and dependent forms of capitalist development in regions of the world under the domination of foreign capital and exhibiting some degree of interpenetration of capitalist and pre-capitalist relations of production. Precisely because the imperialism, unequal development, and the law of value 243. Internal contradiction of developed capitalism seeks resolution by extending the external field of production to a pronounced tendency exists for capitalist countries to exploit every possible advantage in their efforts to mitigate their internal economic problems at the expense of other countries. This tendency is both complemented and countered by the tendency of individual capitals to seek opportunities for valorization without regard to the national interests of the social capital to which they belong, that is, by the contradiction between the internationalization of capital and the continued existence of the nation status, the preeminent Politikalen in which the contradictions of the social capital are addressed. Since Lenin, most Marxist theories of imperialism have emphasized the great importance of the direct production and subsequent transfer of surplus profits from the underdeveloped to the imperialist countries. With few exceptions, however, these theories have not had a value-theoretical approach as their analytic basis, a circumstance reflecting the prevalence of underconsumption and disproportionality theories of capitalist crisis within Marxism. This situation began to change with the emergence of the unequal exchange school in the 1960s and 1970s. Not only did Argyri Emanuel's theory of the imperialism of trade exchange mechanisms in the world market as the most significant means of imperialist exploitation of the less developed capitalist countries, it sought to do so on the basis of an analysis of the operations of the law of value in an international context. Accordingly, the terms of the debate that ensued around the UE theory are important to understanding the dynamics of international value transfers as a phenomenon affecting international trade between the imperialist countries themselves and not just between developed and less developed countries. 2. Emanuel's theory of unequal exchange. Can we speak of international value transfers occurring through exchange mechanisms in the world market, Our concern is not primarily with the appropriateness of Emmanuel's dismissal of the myth of investment imperialism 3 but with the adequacy of his alternative theory of the imperialism of trade, for it should nevertheless be noted that Emmanuel misses a key point when he asserts that the advanced capitalist countries are too rich not to absorb all of the new capital formed within them, an apparent reference to Lenin's thesis that imperialism is characterized by the export of surplus capital to sectors where a higher rate of profit can be obtained. 5 In effect, Emmanuel implies that being rich prevents capitalists from suffering the effects of a falling rate of profit. But an argument can be made that it is precisely the overaccumulation of capital, associated with a rise in the OCC, that creates the problem of surplus capital disposal and impels the search for investment opportunities in external capital markets, whether in the less developed capitalist formations or in other imperialist countries. The foundation of Emmanuel's UE theory is that a particular law of price formation distinct from that found within national economies dominates the operations of the capitalist world market. This law involves centrally an unequal rewarding of factors, particularly the labor factor, which he insists is systematically undervalued. It follows that poor countries exhibiting a relatively low level of labor productivity, and a high degree of labor intensity, will be disadvantaged in world trade. A commodity produced in a highly developed capitalist country can be exchanged for a commodity embodying greater value that has been produced in a less developed country due simply to the unequal rewarding of factors. This processus in Emmanuel's view to explaining how value is transferred from the poor to the rich countries. It should be noted that Emmanuel distinguishes this form of UE from those that occur due to variations in the organic composition of capital and in productivity levels between firms, industries, and branches of production. Wage differentials are the basis of the UE that concerns him most. Thus, in characteristically neo-Ricardian fashion, Emmanuel views wages as the independent variable in capitalist development. Can international exchange ratios be explained on the basis of the law of value? Emmanuel argues that they can be, but to do so one must first contend with Ricardo's still influential arguments against the notion. Ricardo argued that in international trade the law of value breaks down as an adequate explanation of exchange ratios precisely because the tendency for the rate of profit to equalize across national lines is qualitatively attenuated by the phenomenon of international capital mobility. The mobility of capital on the world market means that there is no general rate of profit governing the formation of prices of production across national lines, and this signifies that a different law of price formation is required to explain the exchange ratios. 5 Lenin 1916. Imperialism, Unequal Development, and the Law of Value 245. Of commodities in international markets. Ricardo's solution to this problem was the law of comparative costs, a law that asserts that exchange inequalities between trading partners will be cancelled out due to processes of specialization in the production of particular commodities. This notion was central to Ricardo's case for free trade. In good measure because it is entirely unrelated to his labor theory of value, Ricardo's law of comparative costs has been widely incorporated into neoclassical theories of world trade. Emmanuel does not entirely reject the law of comparative costs, he simply amends it, arguing that since Ricardo's time there has been a fundamental change in the economic intercourse between nations. Not only do commodities flow between them, but so too does investment capital. Increased international capital mobility has brought with it a tendency for profit rates to equalize on an international basis, resulting in the formation of international prices of production. This phenomenon has not been accompanied, however, by a corresponding increase in the mobility of labor, and the persistent relative immobility of labor creates huge differences in wages and rates of exploitation as between the developed and less developed countries in the capitalist world economy. The conjunction of international capital mobility and international labor immobility, in a situation where the law of comparative costs determines international patterns of specialization and trade, produces the phenomenon of the development of underdevelopment in the colonial and semi-colonial countries. As a prelude to his critique of this theory, Sheikh provides a succinct summary of the main implications of Emmanuel's theory as follows. Wages tend to be much lower in the underdeveloped regions, in the absence of capital mobility between regions, profit rates will tend to be higher in the underdeveloped regions than they will be in the developed regions. If profit rates are now equalized through international mobility of capital, the profit rate in the underdeveloped regions will be lowered and that in the developed regions raised. It follows from this that profits are transferred from the former to the latter. Point 6. Criticisms of Emmanuel's theory have centered on his theory of wages and his account of the international equalization of profit rates. The close connection between the two is revealed by his statements that inequality of wages as such, all other things being equal, is alone the cause of the inequality of exchange and that relative wages determine relative prices. Point 7. Jeffrey Pilling observes that Emmanuel's wage theory is predicated on a quantity theory of the means of subsistence necessary for the reproduction of labor power, while Marx's theory of wages insists that the value of labor power is determined not by the quantity of the means of subsistence which will enable the worker to maintain himself and his family and represent himself on the market, but by their value. Point 8. Ernest Mondel's critique centers on Emmanuel's thesis of international equalization of profit rates. The hypothesis of international equalization of the rates of profit presupposes perfect international mobility of capital, in effect, the equalization of all economic, social, and political conditions propitious to the development of modern capitalism on a world scale. Such equalization, however, is completely contradicted by the law of uneven and combined development, which dominates this development. Vast international differences in the value and the price of the commodity labor power, which Argyri Emmanuel rightly underscores, are not causes but results of the uneven development of the capitalist mode of production, and of labor productivity in the world. Point 9. Mondale proposes an alternative theory of unequal exchange in international trade predicated on the fact that the labor of the industrialist countries counts as more intensive on the world market than that of the underdeveloped lands, and the fact that no equalization of the rates of profit occurs in the world market, where different national prices of production exist side by side and are articulated with one another. Point 10. According to Mondale, Emmanuel's theory is incapable of showing why countries with high wages undergo industrialization while underdeveloped nations possess relatively little industry, if indeed a situation of perfect international capital mobility exists in the capitalist world economy. Point 11. Mondale's critique of Emmanuel scores some direct hits, but his alternative account of UE, predicated upon completely unique national prices of production, is unconvincing. To begin with, it is rather surprising to find Mondale, a devout expositor of the dialectical law of uneven and combined development, resorting to such undialectical formulations as perfect international capital mobility and no equalization of the rates of profit in the world market. Since when has perfect capital mobility been a condition for the formation of a general rate of profit even in a nationally circumscribed capitalist economy? Capital mobility is nowhere perfect, and, consequently, the formation of a general rate of profit can only be a tendency, as Mondale points out elsewhere. Once we grant that capital mobility exists between countries, however imperfectly, then it immediately follows that a tendency must also exist for the equalization of the rates of profit on the world market. Emmanuel probably overstated the strength of this tendency in the mid-20th century, but he was nevertheless right to recognize its importance. Mondale thinks he can refute the idea of perfect international capital mobility by suggesting that it poses, but fails to resolve, the following riddle: how does it come about that the prospects for valorization of capital are not more advantageous where wages are lowest, and that for 100 years capital has not decamped on a massive scale from countries with high wages to countries with low wages? But Mondale's own answer to this question is not, in principle, inconsistent with Emmanuel's theory of unequal exchange, namely problems of the domestic market, the alienation of capital accumulation, the transfer of surplus value and the narrow limits imposed on internal capital accumulation by the existing social structure. Point 12. Indeed, Emmanuel's theory goes one step further by positing a transfer of surplus value from the underdeveloped to the developed countries that tends to equalize the rates of profit existing between them and, in so doing, undercuts the incentive for capital to relocate to low-wage regions. The mobility of capital is therefore limited on an international scale by the same tendencies that this mobility creates, the internationalization of profit rates and the consequent tendency toward an international redistribution of surplus value through exchange. Any convincing critique of Emmanuel's theory of UE must recognize the disturbing circularity of this latter argument. If we return to Schick's summary of Emmanuel's conclusions, quoted above, we can isolate the following propositions as central to the argument: until international capital mobility becomes significant, the rate of profit prevailing in the underdeveloped regions will be higher than in the developed ones owing to lower wages. Once international capital mobility becomes significant, the international equalization of profit rates will create comparable prospects for the valorization of capital in both regions, and will, logically enough, slow the flow of capital from the developed to the underdeveloped regions. Taken together, these two propositions constitute something of a conundrum. In the first place, how is it possible to speak of the existence of a rate of profit or even of wages before capital has penetrated the underdeveloped regions? Second, how can the tendency toward the international equalization of profit rates sustain itself if it produces conditions discouraging international capital mobility? Clearly, these questions can only be satisfactorily addressed by recognizing the centrality of production to the appropriation of surplus value by capital. Emmanuel's exclusive focus on exchange, and his related neo-Ricardian habit of treating capitalist categories ahistorically, leads away from this insight and, not surprisingly, results in paradoxical conclusions. There can be no participation by the underdeveloped regions in the formation of a general international rate of profit unless capitalist production occurs there. There can be no capitalist production there unless favorable prospects for the valorization of capital exist, and, consequently, the direct production and subsequent transfer of surplus value from the underdeveloped to the developed countries is the indispensable foundation of imperialist exploitation of the capitalist periphery. In other words, Emmanuel's imperialism of trade must presuppose the imperialism of production, something which Emmanuel clearly considers a secondary issue and which, in any case, he makes no effort to integrate into his overall theory. A second line of criticism concerns the fact that, while Emmanuel exaggerates the strength of the tendency toward a uniform international profit rate, he overlooks the significance of intersectoral differentials in profit rates, differentials that also cut across national lines. He therefore misses the point that, ceteris paribus, capital will flow not to countries with higher than average profit. Imperialism, Unequal Development, and the Law of Value 249. Rates but to units or branches of production promising higher rates of valorization, irrespective of where they are located. For Schick's critique of Emmanuel and the Ricardian theory of trade. As part of an ambitious attempt to develop a Marxist alternative to the Ricardian theory of comparative costs and international trade, Anwar Schick has presented a highly suggestive critique of Emmanuel's theory of UE. 13 Schick begins by establishing that no Marxist theory of international trade can incorporate the Ricardian theory of comparative costs, however amended. Not only is Ricardo's law a transparent ideological justification for free trade policies that serve the interests of the more developed traders, it is also intimately bound up with Ricardo's theories of value and money, both of which were refuted effectively by Marx. More precisely, Schick argues that it is absolute advantage, not comparative, which rules trade. 14 Thus, the net inflow of gold into a country resulting from a trade surplus will not lead, as Ricardo maintained, to a general increase in price undercutting comparative advantage of that country in international trade. Nor will the gold outflow from the acre trading partner necessarily result in a lowering of its prices, such that its comparative position will be enhanced. Instead, the absolute disadvantage of the weaker trading partner will be manifested in a chronic trade deficit, balanced by a persistent outflow of gold, while the greater efficiency of the stronger trading partner will manifest itself in a chronic trade surplus, balanced by a persistent accumulation of gold. 15 Given such a situation, the weaker trader must seek to specialize in branches of production where it possesses some natural absolute advantage, while the stronger trader must seek out avenues for profitable investment of its money capital. In general, the underdeveloped countries must concentrate their production for export on commodities that they can produce most efficiently and/or those commodities that are relatively unique to them. Both of these types of export commodities will reflect a specific local advantage that will tend to compensate for the generally lower level of productive efficiency in these countries. Such advantages might include a favorable climate, a wealth of relatively unique natural resources, or an advantageous geographic location. These natural absolute advantages of the export sectors of underdeveloped countries will likely draw foreign capital in search of attractive investment opportunities. Consequently, the export sectors will become the main focus of foreign capital penetration. The combined result is this: first, trade with the more developed countries will bring about the ruination of traditional industries unable to compete with cheap imports, and second, it will create healthy conditions for such an extreme form of specialization that the economic development of the underdeveloped country will become highly distorted, due in part to foreign capital domination of its most viable export sectors. Foreign investment appears as the agency of modernization from the outside. This helps create the dual character of UCR exports, large-scale modern industries in which foreign capital predominates, side by side with backward industries in which local capital predominates. It thus expands and strengthens the export sector, and, taken by itself, it tends to improve the balance of trade. At the same time, however, direct investment accelerates the devastation of local production which free trade brings about, while the introduction of modern techniques requires increased imports of machinery and materials from the 16 other effects of this direct foreign investment might include displacement of more workers from native industries than can be absorbed by the relatively capital-intensive modernization sector, the repatriation of profits produced by foreign capital to its mother country, starving the underdeveloped regions of investment, increased productive efficiency of the export sector, resulting in the lowering of export prices and in a deterioration of the commodity terms of trade of the underdeveloped country, and a deterioration in the balance of payments associated both with falling export prices and the repatriation of profits, and tending to offset the initially positive effect of direct investment on the balance of payments of the underdeveloped country. Importantly, Sheikh points out that the formation of a general rate of profit involves a transfer of surplus value from industries with lower OCCs to those with higher ones, and that this occurs both between and within industries. Moreover, both intra-industry transfers, which depend on differences between individual and average producers within the same industry, and inter-industry transfers, which depend on differences in the organic compositions of the imperialism, unequal development, and the law of value. 251. Producers in the different industries occur across national lines, for any individual set of capitals, defined for instance by their location, nationality, or degree of development. The net transfer of surplus value will be the sum of these two effects. 17. Sheikh's conclusion regarding the implications of these considerations for international transfers of surplus value resulting from commodity exchange alone is sufficient to call into question the whole thesis of the imperialism of trade. It is perfectly possible for all the structural patterns of international uneven development to exist while at the same time there is a zero or even positive transfer of value for the UCR export sector as a whole. It is of course possible that even if the above were true for export sectors as a whole, the underdeveloped regions might still lose value through its purchase of imports. When this is coupled with the possibility of a gain in value on the side of exports, it becomes clear that the net effect can easily be 0.18. According to Sheikh, the unwarranted assumption that all high OCC industries exist in developed capitalist countries and all low OCC industries in underdeveloped ones allows Emmanuel to ignore intra-industry transfers altogether, for example, transfers within the auto industry as between Hyundai Motors of South Korea and General Motors in the US. By doing this, and by assuming that interregional wage disparities exacerbate these transfers, Emmanuel leaps hastily to the erroneous conclusion that the equalization of profit rates internationally must involve a continuous drain of surplus value away from the underdeveloped world. Sheikh also rejects Mondel's theory of unequal exchange. By arguing that there is no tendency for the rates of profit to equalize on an international scale, Mondale ignores the effects of inter-industry transfers on international exchange and illegitimately concludes that the only value transfers occurring through exchange are from low to high efficiency producers. While Mondale's derivation of UE is thus the opposite of Emmanuel's, it leads to similarly incorrect conclusions. Sheikh concludes his analysis as follows: uneven development on a world scale is a direct consequence of free trade itself. These transfers of value and the theories of unequal exchange which rely on them emerge as secondary phenomena, not primary causes, of underdevelopment. In fact, a critical examination of the theories of unequal exchange shows that even the net direction of value transfers cannot be simply established. 19. This conclusion is also important for identifying one of the limitations of Marx's counteracting tendencies to the law of the falling rate of profit, reinforcing the point made in Chapter 7 that foreign trade and investment should be regarded as a two-edged sword. It should nevertheless be reaffirmed that, even if the primary mode of imperialist exploitation of the underdeveloped capitalist regions is not the imperialism of trade, unequal exchange may well play a secondary role in the development of underdevelopment. What's more, in trade relations between the developed, imperialist countries, unequal exchange may play a role of signal importance in determining the relative economic fortunes of nations. The methodological upshot of Sheikh's critique is that value transfers through processes of international exchange and profit rate equalization must be analyzed at a far more concrete level of analysis than any UE theory yet advanced. Such an analysis would require a careful specification of the whole range of absolute advantages and absolute disadvantages that trading partners might display, including such institutional externalities as the role of nation-states in enhancing the competitive position of its national capitals on the world market and / in protecting these capitals from competition in the domestic market. Only by taking into account the full range of factors influencing patterns of trade can one determine the direction of value transfers as these are effected through trade alone. Point 20. Testing Marx in the Twilight of Capitalism, Marxian value categories, national income accounts, and the crisis of valorization. Since the 1960s, Marxist researchers have produced a large body of empirical studies pertaining to the historical trends of the rate of profit, the rate of surplus value, and the composition of capital, as well as distinctive measures of other, more familiar economic phenomena like productivity, output capital ratios, and real wages. Point 1. What is most striking about these studies, however, is not their unitary distinctiveness in relation to mainstream accounts of key economic trends, but rather their markedly different approaches to operationalizing Marx's concepts as empirical variables. Consequently, different ostensibly Marxist analyses have arrived at widely divergent conclusions concerning the meaning of observable economic phenomena and the validity of Marx's theory of capitalism's laws of motion, above all his law of the falling rate of profit. The root of the problem is to be found in the different ways in which Marx's concepts, his value categories in particular, have been specified for purposes of empirical Marxian research, for it is only too obvious that, without a theoretical consensus regarding the empirical content of these concepts, any meeting of minds concerning what the facts reveal is impossible. The problem is compounded by the circumstance that over the past 50 years Marxist economic analysis in the West has been dominated by academics trained in the ideas of the neoclassical synthesis, a tradition permeated with what Marx would have considered vulgar and fetishistic notions. Accordingly, the markedly divergent results yielded by different, putatively Marxian empirical studies might reasonably be seen as stemming from an uneven process of cognitive rupture with conventional, neoclassical, or Keynesian influences. An additional problem deserves to be emphasized. Many ostensibly Marxist or neo-Marxist economists subscribe to theories of capitalist crisis that are by no means based on Marx's value theory and that often share much in common with Keynesian or post-Keynesian perspectives. This consideration points directly to the political import of the debates among those who adhere to underconsumption or disproportionality theories, those who subscribe to a profit squeeze account of capitalist malaise, and those who insist, with Marx, that such phenomena as deficient effective demand and class struggle need to be theoretically articulated with the tendency of the social capital to increase its organic composition, thereby undercutting its prospects for valorization. Marxian underconsumption theory can lend itself to a traditional reformist perspective to the extent that it sees the class struggle as centering on the disposition of an ever-expanding economic surplus that the system must find some way of absorbing. The affinities to Keynesian theory and policy are striking and have already been touched upon in previous chapters. Point 2. Alternatively, leftist proponents of the profit squeeze theory, as well as the social structure of accumulation and regulation paradigms that emerged from it, often share the view of mainstream economists that the profitability problems of the 1970s and 1980s were due, above all, to rising labor strength in the context of high levels of class conflict, an overpaid and recalcitrant workforce impeding productivity growth, as well as the largesse of a welfare state whose emergence and staying power depended on a combative organized labor movement. Although Marx's theory of a falling rate of profit linked to a rise in the organic composition of capital is sometimes adduced, mistakenly, to support the notion of an inevitable, irrevocable collapse or breakdown of the capitalist system, must off its proponents view it as a theoretical corridor of a programmatic perspective that denies that the contradictions of capitalism can be significantly attenuated through progressive reform, or that capitalism can any longer play a progressive historical role. 3. In the view of many of them, such a perspective must come to inform the program and practice of the workers' movement if it is to resist the siren calls of social democratic reformism, effectively rebut the anti-labor hysterics of the crisis theorists of the right, and chart a serious course towards socialist transformation. Point 4. But can Marx's theory be employed effectively to explain the malaise of the capitalist world economy during and since the stagflation and profitability crisis of the 1970s and 1980s? Can the growing turbulence associated with globalization, financialization, neoliberal austerity, mounting worldwide debt, and tepid global growth rates be meaningfully connected to the profitability problems of Thatera? And finally, can a coherent analysis of the worsening malaise of global capitalism over the past half-century proceed from a theoretical defense and empirical verification of Marx's law of the falling rate of profit and its theoretical corollary? The proposition that capital systemic crises stem from recurrent and deepening problems in generating adequate volumes of surplus value? These are among the questions this chapter attempts to answer. Part I of the chapter surveys several putatively Marxian empirical tests of Marx's law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall that appeared in the midst of, or following, the profitability crisis of the 1970s and 1980s. Particular attention is given to differences that arose over the measurement of variable capital and the value theoretical status of unproductive labor. Part 2 surveys a number of more recent studies bearing on the LTRPF that have examined profitability trends during the era of ascendant neoliberalism and rampant financialization, with special attention to my own study of the U.S. economy. These latter studies have highlighted new problems pertaining to the use of official statistics in measuring the constant capital stock and aggregate surplus value. Marxian empirical studies from both periods are vitally important to assessing the thesis outlined in Chapter 1 of this book, namely that capitalism is in the throes of a long-term valorization crisis, whose dimensions include a persistent malaise in the rate of profit of productive capital, an expansion of unproductive capital and socially necessary unproductive labor that constrains the development of the productive forces, and a massive proliferation of fictitious capital/profit in an increasingly debt-burdened global economy. This multidimensional crisis of valorization needs to be apprehended theoretically as well as empirically, but for a satisfactory empirical case to be made, the relevant data from official national income accounts must be translated appropriately into Marx's value categories, which in turn demands a careful specification of the latter's theoretical foundations. As noted, many Marxist political economists have attempted such a translation since the 1950s. While this vast body of work cannot be reviewed in depth here, the present chapter does address the core problem of specifying the main empirical constituents of constant capital, variable capital and surplus value, with a view to charting the long-term trends of the fundamental Marxian ratios as accurately as possible. This requires a restatement of the case for conceptualizing the wage bill of socially necessary unproductive labor as part of the constant capital flow, a case first made by Mage in 1963, developed in Chapter 8 of this book, and defended by me in a series of publications since 1991.5. Beyond this, the chapter considers the hypothesis that the aggregate corporate profits data recorded in U.S. national income accounts are diverging more and more from the real magnitude of currently produced surplus value owing to the inclusion of fictitious profits that constitute little more than anticipated future value, that is to say, claims on value not yet produced but resting on relations of credit and debt. 1 Part I, the profitability crisis of the 1970s and 1980s, contradictory testimonies of empirical Marxian research. Marx's LTRPF asserts that the productivity-enhancing imperatives of the capitalist mode of production must impart to the process of capital accumulation a labor-saving bias, the result of which is a diminution in the role of living labor relative to accumulated labor. The law further states that this diminution must find a value expression such that though CC, the ratio C/ exhibits a tendency to rise and the rate of profit S/C a tendency to fall. Mathematically, the association of a rising organic composition of capital with a falling average rate of profit is ineluctable, even if the inevitability of the former is not entirely obvious. Accordingly, if a clear empirical tendency for C/ to rise can be established, and if the latter can be correlated with a decline in S/C, this would constitute strong real-world support for what Marx termed the most important law of modern political economy, a law which resides at the very heart of Marx's theory. In very general terms, 3 groups of empirical studies had emerged by the 1980s with some claim to having assessed the principal hypotheses of Marx's LTRPF. The first group highlighted a rising rate of exploitation as the most salient feature of modern capitalist development. Frequently, however, the studies associated with this approach were only tenuously based on Marx's own categories of analysis. This was particularly true of the empirical work of the monopoly capitalism school initiated by Paul Baran and Paul Sweezy, who argued that the key problem of modern capitalism was its inability to absorb an impetuously growing economic surplus. That said, the Baran-Sweezy concept of the economic surplus owed a great deal to the value-theoretic distinction between productive and unproductive labor, as well as to the expansive definition given to surplus value by Sweezy in his influential 1942 text The Theory of Capitalist Development. 6 The upshot was that the Baran-Sweezy method of specifying the value categories, by radically expanding the stematitis of surplus value, pointetodromatisincreasy in theratov surplus value, undermined the notion of a rising organic composition of capital, and effectively obliterated any long-term tendency for the rate of profit to fall. Baran and Sweezy insisted that Marx's LTRPF should be set aside and a law of rising surplus substituted for it in order to understand the phenomenon of persistent stagnation under conditions of monopoly capitalism. To empirically validate this law, they measured the magnitude of the U.S. economic surplus and calculated it as a percentage of gross national product for the years 1929 to 63. The notion of a rising surplus, it should be said, is not entirely inconsistent with the LTRPF. Indeed, Marx clearly states that both the mass and the rate of surplus value will evince a secular tendency under capitalism. Even Ash also insists that such increases will not prevent a fall in the rate of profit. 7 What is at issue, however, is what counts as surplus value. Interestingly, an analysis of the data presented in Joseph Phillips's statistical appendix to Monopoly Capital discloses, in light of the value specifications defended here, a tendency exactly opposite to what Baran and Sweezy attributed to 20th-century advanced capitalism. Baran, Sweezy, and Phillips define the major components of the economic surplus as 1. Total property income, corresponding roughly to Marx's definition of surplus value as the sum of profit of enterprise, interest, and rent. 2. Waste in distribution, including a major part of what Marx called the costs of circulation. 3. Corporate advertising, which also forms part of Marx's costs of circulation. 4. Surplus employee compensation, corresponding to the income of SNUL in financial, insurance, real estate and legal firms, and 5. Surplus absorbed by government. The sum of these components rose from 46.9% of GNP in 1929 to 56.1% in 1963, seemingly confirming the law of rising surplus. However, the trend for total property income considered alone was strikingly different. It fell as a percentage of GNP from 26.9 to 17.9% over the same period. Thus, it was only by defining the costs of circulation and of social maintenance as components of the economic surplus that Barron and Sweezy were able to justify the substitution of the law of the rising surplus for the LTRPF. Significantly, a later study by Dawson and Foster updating this data series showed that between 1963 and 1988 the surplus percentage persistently fluctuated in the 16 to 20% range, displaying no clear-cut trend over that 25-year period. 8 Thus, the empirical data adduced by the monopoly capitalism school actually suggested that the expansion in the post-war period of the non-property income components of the economic surplus eventually ran up against formidable structural limits, and that the crises of the 1970s and 1980s could not be adequately explained on the basis of an underconsumptionist analysis that considered profit not in relation to capital investment but as a relatively static share of gross national product. 9 With the law of the rising surplus faltering as a convincing explanation of capitalist malaise in a period of declining profitability, it was to be expected that Marx's LTRPF would attract greater interest. Despite the renewed interest in Marx's account of profitability crises, however, many empirical tests of Marx's hypotheses were skewed by the propensity of the investigators to theoretically define and empirically measure surplus value as inclusive of SNUL and constant capital as physical things consumed in production. Arguably, this reflected the lingering influence that the monopoly capitalism school, constituted on the basis of a physicalist and fetishistic Ricardian Marxist understanding of Marx's value theory and clearly under the sway of Keynesian influences as well, continued to exert on a new generation of Marxists. Studies belonging to the second and third groups agreed that a long-term decline in the rate of profit had occurred over the post-war period in many of the major capitalist countries. Sheik's graph in Chart 1 illustrated the trend for the US. 10 The two groups were divided, however, as to its cause. Group 2, the most influential in the 1970s, attributed the observed crisis of profitability to a decline in the rate of surplus value stemming from a wage push/profit squeeze, a massive social wage bill associated with an expansive welfare state, or a slowdown in productivity growth. At the same time, the Group 2 studies reported a falling or relatively stable organic and/or value composition of capital. Studies by Weisskopf and Wolff were representative of this approach. 11 In contrast, the Group 3 studies yielded results that supported Marx's expectations concerning the dynamics and trends of capitalist accumulation. Studies by Sheik, Mosley, Sheik, and Tonak, and myself followed Mage's pioneering study in establishing correlations between a decline in the rate of profit and a rise in the organic composition of capital. 12 And for the post-war period at least, they were in agreement concerning the upward trend of the rate of surplus value. Charts 2 and 3 provide a graphic comparison of Mosley's results with those of Weisskopf and Wolff concerning the trends of the composition of capital and the rate of surplus value in the U.S. economy. The single most important factor accounting for the discrepancy between the results of the second and third groups of studies concerned the manner in which variable capital was empirically specified. Although important theoretical differences existed among the Group 3 studies, they were united in rejecting as a proper measure of variable capital an all-inclusive wage labor bill in which the remuneration to unproductive labor is added to the income of productive workers. The exclusion from the measurement of variable capital of those incomes flowing to the unproductive sectors of the workforce is the first, elementary step to a specification of Marx's value categories adequate to the task of empirically evaluating his theory on its own terms. Indeed, the difference this step makes empirically is so great that it is mystifying how any researcher, least of all a nominally Marxist one, could undertake an empirical test of Marx's theory without confronting this theoretical issue directly. As already mentioned, however, among those who did confront it, most adopted the Sweezy-Gilman convention of subsuming unproductive labor under an expansive concept of surplus value. Some, notably Mosley and Sheik, explicitly rejected Mage's proposal to treat SNUL costs as part of constant capital, but none engaged seriously, at the theoretical level, with arguments favoring his approach in their published work. 13 The practice of limiting the category of constant capital to fixed and circulating capital consumed in the productive sector is a fetishistic and physicalist approach, as I have argued in Chapter 8. In considering once again the non-fetishist definition of constant capital proposed by Mage and myself, we will first interrogate Mosley's ostensibly value-theoretic definition, for his is a particularly clear fetishism common among even the most sophisticated Marxist economists. For Mosley, Marx's concepts of constant capital and variable capital include only the capital invested in production activities, where production is defined fairly broadly to include such activities as transportation and storage but does not include circulation or supervision activities. 14 Mosley tries to sustain this position by arguing that the labor required to perform the non-production functions of circulation and supervision, although entirely necessary within the capitalist mode of production, nonetheless does not add to the value of the commodities produced. He then subsumes such labor under unproductive capital and asserts that since this unproductive capital produces no value, it cannot be recovered out of value which it produces. 15 But this line of reasoning invites an all too obvious question: how does constant capital in production recover value even though it too produces no value? 16 In my view, this problem of recovery is not solved by effectively amalgamating constant capital with variable capital under the category of productive capital. Implicitly, such a procedure attenuates Marx's key insight that variable capital is solely responsible for the production of all new value, and readmits, albeit unwittingly, the capital fetishistic notion that machinery and third labor can be a source of new value. 17 Furthermore, Mosley's procedure leads explicitly to excluding from the category of constant capital not only unproductive labor but also all of the fixed and circulating capital used by commercial and financial capital. The problem of recovery is only satisfactorily resolved by recognizing that there is a fundamental difference between adding/transferring value to the new commodity product and producing the value contained in it. Once this distinction is grasped, it no longer follows that the unproductive capital values consumed in the process of reproduction need to be recovered out of the surplus value produced by productive labor employed in capitalist production. 18 For all that is really consumed in the total process of capitalist production and reproduction are material natural inputs, not the values represented by those inputs. Far from being consumed and lost, these values are preserved and then transferred to the new commodity product. As in the sphere of production, what is consumed in the sphere of capitalist reproduction are various use values, while the values of these reproductive use values are preserved and find expression in the cost price of the newly marketed commodity. Thus, contrary to Mosley, constant capital is not merely a value expression of the material inputs taken during the direct process of production. Rather it is a particular expression of the social relations of production comprising capital and is therefore properly understood in relation to its complementary if opposite expression, variable capital. The conclusion is clear enough: the costs of circulation and social maintenance in general are legitimately treated as a component of the constant capital expended in the total process of capitalist production and reproduction. 19 Value is added to the commodity product by these costs in the same way that it is added by the costs associated with the consumption of constant capital operating in the immediate process of production, through an addition/transfer of previously existing values effected by the activity of living labor. Constant capital represents and represents value. The form it assumes in the circulation and state spheres is obviously different from the form it takes in the sphere of commodified use value production. But, again, it is a fetishistic error to assume that any and every form of constant capital must be directly implicated in producing the use value of a commodity to be indirectly implicated in the production of its value. All forms of constant capital owe their existence to the past transformation of surplus value into capital. Upon some reflection, then, it is not difficult to see that what Marx said about the means of production can apply just as well to the means of circulation, realization, and reproduction. As regards the means of production, what is really consumed is their use value, and the consumption of this use value by labor results in the product. There is in fact no consumption of their value, and it would therefore be inaccurate to say that it is reproduced. It is rather preserved. Hence the value of the means of production reappears in the value of the product, but it is not strictly reproduced in that value. What is produced is a new use value in which the old exchange value reappears. Point 20. Again, the use value of SNUL consists, in the broadest sense, of maintaining the social conditions requisite to commodity production and exchange. Its value, however, is not consumed, rather, it reappears in the product, in this way adding to the value of the commodity. These considerations provide a new angle from which to assess Moseley's account of Marx's distinction between productive capital and unproductive capital. It is only in their role as direct instruments of use value production that the elements of constant capital in the sphere of production should be considered productive capital. Insofar as the value expansion process is concerned, this form of constant capital is qualitatively indistinguishable from the constant capital invested in reproduction, which includes not only SNUL but all the non-living fixed and circulating forms of capital required by commercial and financial capitalists to engage in profit-seeking activities. Point 21. The argument may be summed up as follows. Means of production exist in all modes of production, but they take the social form of constant capital only under capitalism. In all modes of production their function is to produce or facilitate the production of use values. Capital, defined as value seeking an increment, transforms them into means of producing commodities embracing value. However, the production of commodity values requires an ensemble of social conditions and relations that impose a particular social form on the immediate process of use value production. It requires a free and formally egalitarian marketplace and a state apparatus that can facilitate the smooth running operation of the whole system. Metaphorically expressed, the production of value requires the existence of special social machinery specific to capitalism. This social machinery not only assists in the realization of value and surplus value, it also sustains the institutional means for the valorization process. Understood in this way, the costs of circulation and of state activity are indirectly productive of value in the same sense as an industrial robot. They are simply means of presenting productive living labor as new value. Finally, it should be noted that the constant capital operating in the sphere of circulation is subject to the same distinction that was made earlier, that is to say, the distinction between capital stocks and flows. The wage bill of circulation workers is appropriately treated as a component of the constant capital flow, but it should not be considered a component of the constant capital stock. Like the wages paid to productive workers, the variable capital, the wage bill of unproductive workers is an investment sui generis of the capitalist class, one qualitatively different from an investment in fixed constant capital of any sort. 1.1 Assessing the empirical trends in the foregoing, I have argued for a specification of Marx's value categories that limits the category of variable capital to the income of productive workers, and treats the income of socially necessary unproductive workers as a component of the constant capital flow. By thus limiting the category of variable capital and broadening the category of constant capital, we are better able to specify the phenomenal content of aggregate surplus value. Following Marx, surplus value is defined as the sum of profit of enterprise, rent and interest plus the personal income of top capitalist executives, along with any governmental revenues raised through a taxation that constitute a net increase in these revenues. Prior to the publication of my own work on the U.S. economy in 2012, major study of the U.S. economy and my two studies of the Canadian economy were the only attempts to empirically assess the long-term trends of the fundamental Marxian ratios on the basis of the value specifications defended above. The full implications of these specifications are dramatically revealed by a comparison of these studies with others covering comparable periods. Point 22. However, the simplest way to assess their importance is to compare the results obtained on this basis with those obtained using the conventional Marxian definition of unproductive labor income as part of aggregate surplus value. My first study of the Canadian economy covering THIRD from 1947 to 1980, involved the calculation of the rate of surplus value, the organic composition of capital, and the average rate of profit using two different measures of aggregate surplus value. Point 23. The first measure, S4, conformed to the narrow definition of surplus value defended above, that is, surplus value privately appropriated plus an estimate of current surplus value transferred to the state resulting from a real increase in the tax flow. The second measure, S5, conformed to the expanded definition of surplus value associated with the conventional Marxian treatment of SNUL and tax revenues. The S5 measure, therefore, included all tax revenues, the after-tax wage bill of SNUL in the private sector, as well as the non-tax components of S4. Table 5 contains a sample of the results of this study. Both the S4 and the S5 data series disclose a tendency for the surplus value tories, although this is far more pronounced with the S5 series than the S4.24. The comparative results for the organic composition of capital and the rate of profit, however, were strikingly different. The S4 series displayed a marked tendency for the organic composition to rise, while the S5 series depicted long-term stability, a flat trend. Point 25. Finally, the S4 series evinced a long-term fall in the rate of profit, while the S5 series was flat over the long haul, displaying a tendency to decline only in the 1970s. Point 26. Overall, the S4 data series provided strong support for Marx's prognostications, revealing a long-term fall in the average rate of profit that was significant. So, however, by considering the manufacturing sector alone, a procedure that I regard as theoretically inadmissible on the grounds that the Marxian average rate of profit is calculable only with reference to the social capital as a whole. This problem persists in their otherwise valuable study of profit trends in Australia, Canada, Japan, and the USA published in 1996. 23. Smith 1984 and 1991b. 24. The trend line for the ratio S4/V rises from 0.546 in 1947 to 0.810 in 1980. For the ratio S5/V, it rose from 1.632 in 1947 to 3.894 in 1980. 25. The OCC defined as C/ has a trend line that rises from 3.84 in 1947 to 5.97 in 1980. By contrast, the trend line for C/ rises only from 2.022 in 1947 to 2.203 in 1980. 26. The trend line for S5/C rises from 0.3190 in 1947 to 0.3678 in 1980. But the trend line for S4/C falls from 0.100 in 1947 to 0.074 in 1980. When S4/ treated as dependent variable and C/ as the independent variable, an R2 of 0.69 was obtained, indicating that much of the downward trend in the rate of profit is accounted for by the upward trend of the OCC. Antly correlated with a secular rise in the organic composition of capital. While these results were partially complementary to those obtained for the U.S. economy by Moseley, they were not dependent on distinguishing between a Marxian rate of profit and a conventional rate of profit after the problematic fashion of Moseley. 27. Furthermore, the results of my S4 study indicated that a rising OCC was a much stronger determinant of the fall in the profit rate than it was in Moseley's study, which concluded that 27. Defining the conventional rate of profit as the ratio of the amount of profit to the total stock of capital invested, Moseley argues that the conventional rate of profit depends not only on the composition of capital and the rate of surplus value, but also on the two ratios of unproductive capital to variable capital. He defines these ratios as 1, the ratio of capital invested in non-production stocks and equipment to variable capital, and 2, the ratio of the annual flow of unproductive capital, mostly the wages of non-production workers, but also the depreciation costs of non-production buildings, equipment, and materials, to variable capital. More precisely, he writes, the conventional rate of profit varies inversely with these two ratios of unproductive capital to variable capital. Testing Marx in the Twilight of Capitalism 269. The increase in the ratio of unproductive labor to productive labor was the main factor behind declining profitability in the post-war U.S. economy. 28 Along with his exclusion of capital stock in the sphere of circulation from the denominator of the rate of profit, Mosley Street meant off unproductive labor income and most tax revenues as components of total surplus value constitutes a serious error in developing a Marxian accounting framework, whether or not one then proceeds to measure the rate of profit in a way that excludes some or all of these elements from its numerator. 29 My first study of the Canadian economy concluded that empirical trends, the actual facts of capitalist development, provided sufficient warrant for a serious reconsideration of the theoretical fertility of Marx's LTRPF, while also demonstrating that the empirical evidence marshaled against it depended on a series of assumptions contrary to Marx's theory of value. It also noted that, while agreement existed across a broad range of economic analyses concerning a long-term decline in the rate of profit in the post-war period, arguments persisted over the cause and extent of the decline, as well as the prospects for a long-term reversal of the trend. Studies that failed to distinguish between productive and unproductive labor income were liable to cite a wage push/profit squeeze, declining productivity, or deteriorating terms of trade. On the other hand, studies that made this distinction generally concluded that the growth of real wages among production workers had not exceeded the growth of productivity and that the organic composition of capital had shown a marked tendency to rise. 30 In light of the argument made here, the difference of opinion between the Group 2 and Group 3 studies was a striking conceptual reflection of a certain adulteration of Marx's LTRPF. For if the growth of constant capital in relation to newly created value had on C signified a growth in the productivity of labor, it now also signified a relative diminution of productive labor in relation to socially necessary unproductive labor. If Marx argued that the rate of profit would fall both conjuncturally and in the long term due to increases in the composition of capital, profitability now seemed to be subject to a downward pressure stemming from both technical changes and foresaid capitalist competition and the circumstance that a diminishing percentage of the working class was involved in surplus value production as distinct from realization or in situ. 28 Mosley 1991, p. 122. A detailed analysis of Mosley's empirical results is provided in chapters 3 and 4 of this work. 29c. For example, Mosley 1987 and 1991, Sheik 1987, Sheik and Tonak 1994. 34 Data Unproductivity and Theory All Wages of Production Workers C. Smith 1984 pages 281-3, Sheik 1987, pages 118-22, Mosley 1991, and Sheik and Tonak 1994. 270 Chapter 10. Chart for the average rate of profit, Canada, 1947-91 Source, Smith and Taylor 1996, p. 115. Rational reproduction. If capitalism's tendency to promote the objective socialization of labor and of production once reflected its historically progressive role in developing the forces of production, it now also reflected a hypertrophy of the capitalist state and the sphere of circulation, one that was impeding the advance of the productive forces by diverting enormous economic resources away from production. My second study of the Canadian economy, co-authored by Kilowatt Taylor and published in 1996, examined the trends of the fundamental Marxian races from 1947 to 1991 and drew from it the principal conclusions of the first study. 31 Indeed, it produced an almost ultra-Marxist set of conclusions regarding the long-term dynamics of capitalist development between 1947 and 1975, a falling rate of profit, a gradually increasing rate of surplus value, and an impetuously rising OCC. What's more, in the ensuing 1976-91 period of capitalist restructuring in response to the profitability crisis, the trend lines for the rate of profit and the OCC stabilized and the rate of surplus value rose sharply. This analysis accorded well with established facts about the response of Canadian capital and the state to the stagflation crisis of the 1970s, namely, to limit wage growth, diminish the strength of organized labor, improve productivity, remove obstacles to international capital mobility, cut back on government-funded social programs, and significantly reduce corporate taxes, all with a view to restoring the conditions of profitability. The empirical findings of the Smith-Taylor study furnished strong support for the hypothesis that the profitability crisis of the 1970s in Canada had resulted from the displacement of living labor from production and its replacement by labor-saving technologies, a process encouraged both by competitive cost-cutting and capital-labor antagonism. In this regard, Marx's expectations concerning the long-term dynamics of capital accumulation were shown to be fully consistent with the actual performance of the Canadian economy in the mid to late 20th century. An adequate scientific analysis of the trajectory of the world capitalist economy, it concluded, needed to recognize that a high organic composition of capital in the advanced capitalist countries had become a persistent and significant obstacle to profitability. The financial crisis of 2007-08 and the ensuing protracted slump of the global capitalist economy prompted the appearance of several new empirical studies pertinent to assessing the relevance of the LTRPF to the realities of 21st century capitalism. While few analysts argued that the downturn that began in 2007 was triggered exclusively by a conjunctural fall in the rate of profit, radical left commentators generally adopted one of two divergent positions: the severe profitability crisis of the 1970s and early 1980s prompted changes in capitalist investment strategies, state regulatory practices and patterns of capital accumulation that have not resolved the crisis entirely, but that did pave the way for a much enlarged role for financial capital and therewith for the financial turbulence that crested in September 2008. 33 or the profitability crisis was substantially overcome by the late 1980s, and therefore the post-2007 crisis of global capitalism has much more to do with the contradictions of financialization, conceived as a process that has been integral to the neoliberal project and largely beneficial to profitability in a new era of finance-driven capitalism. 34 proponents of Marx's LTRPF tend to support the first position, while its critics on the radical left tend to support some variant of the second. 35. Building on our analysis in Global Capitalism in Crisis, Karl Marx and the Decay of the Profit System. 36. What follows reports an attempt by Smith and Butowski to chart the fundamental Marxian ratios for the U.S. economy between 1950 and 2013. In doing this, it tries to further corroborate three of the latter work's central propositions. The current crisis has its deepest roots in the persistent profitability problems of productive capital on a world scale. These problems are an expression of Marx's LTRPF in an era that has been marked both by a persistently high organic composition of capital and by the growing weight of unproductive capital and SNUL, and the profitability problems of productive capital, the hypertrophy of unproductive capital and fictitious capital, and the unprecedented growth of global debt over the past decade are interrelated expressions of an historical, structural and multidimensional valorization crisis of the capitalist mode of production. 2.1 Marx's value categories, the temporal modes of value, and the LTRPF in the age of fictitious capital. The theoretical presupposition of Marx's theory is that economic value originates in social labor and must be conceptualized both in terms of the class dynamics of capitalism and temporally. Value is above all a social relation, the substance of which is abstract labor, the measure of which is socially necessary labor time, and the form of appearance of which is money. The fundamental value categories of constant capital, variable capital and surplus value are vital to conceptualizing the specifically capitalist mode of class exploitation, the process of capital accumulation, and the distribution of value in national income and gross output. But the Marxian theory of capitalist crisis, and especially any Marxian theory of the historical structural crisis of the capitalist mode of production predicated on the LTRPF, must also distinguish between three temporal modes of value: previously existing value, new or currently produced value, and anticipated future value. In Marx's theory, the concept of constant capital corresponds to PEV, while variable capital and surplus value are two forms of NV whose relative magnitudes are, within certain limits, determined by class struggle. The concept of AFV is not fully developed by Marx but is nevertheless implicit in his discussions of the credit system and fictitious capital. Stocks, bonds, and debt obligations, together with more recent innovations in fictitious capital such as collateral lease debt obligations and credit default swaps, constitute claims on current and previously existing value but also wagers on AFV, value that has yet to be, and that may never be, produced. 37 Fictitious capital has long played an important role in the operations of capitalist economies, and should not be viewed as purely parasitic or predatory. Fundamentally, however, it is money capital seeking to enlarge itself through speculative acclaims and future income, signifying an attempt on the part of a fraction of the social capital, centered in the financial sector but involving other sectors as well, to liberate itself from the problems of the productive economy and the constraints of the law of value, above all the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. The downward pressure on the rate of profit of productive capital, associated with the rising composition of capital and an enormous expansion of the constant capital flow, has brought about a deepening systemic crisis of valorization. Inadequate levels of surplus value production have compelled dominant fractions of the social capital in the richest capitalist countries to rely on investment strategies predicated on speculation, an extraordinary expansion of credit and debt, criminal parasitism and, following the financial crisis of 2007-09, massive central bank money printing, rather than on the production of commodities embodying surplus value. 38 Hence, money profits, particularly in the financial sector, are less and less likely to represent redistributed shares of surplus value originating in capitalist production, and more likely to represent aliquot shares of anticipated future value circulating as paper assets in an increasingly debt-burdened economy. Our claim is that the proliferation of forms of fictitious capital whose temporal value composition is weighted more and more toward AFV has emerged as a hallmark of the historical structural crisis of capitalism in the neoliberal era, anara whose latest phase might well be dubbed the fictitious capital. The proliferation of fictitious capital and the generation of fictitious profits are expressions of an advanced stage of decay of the profit system. The value rate of profit, conceptually apprehended in terms of the socially necessary abstract labor currently constituted by the social division of labor, has been subject to powerful downward pressures. The active response of the agents of capital, following many failed responses to this problem of valorization, now involves a massive expansion of credit and debt as a means of sustaining the system, and the result of this is a money rate of profit that is increasingly autonomous from the value rate of profit, that is to say, increasingly reliant on purely fictitious claims to value. The money form seeks more and more to assert its independence from socially necessary abstract labor time by acquiring a stronger foundation in relations of credit/debt. Hence, money printing, quantitative easing, the growing gap between the value of total securities in the global economy and the value of current real output. 39. As the flow of constant capital grows relative to the flow of NV, there is a corresponding tendency for representations of AFV to acquire increased importance. This process is manifested in the proliferation of increasingly fictitious forms of financial capital and a malignant growth of unsustainable debt. Consequently, the true extent of the valorization crisis of late capitalism is concealed by the false appearance of AFV as part of the profit component of currently produced surplus value. Booked profits, as these appear in conventional national income accounts, reflect not only a determinate share of the new value produced by productive living labor, but also fictitious profits that have no substantial foundation in the value creation process. Fictitious profits also make up a growing proportion of the personal income of the top 1% of wage and salary earners, and especially the top 0.1%. To be sure, some profits that do not arise from the current exploitation of living labor represent transfers within the circuits of capitalist revenue or from certain streams of constant capital. Such profits can be conceptualized as profit upon alienation or profit through dispossession. But alongside such profits exists a growing mass of fictitious profits that constitute claims on AFV in the form of debt obligations, and therefore claims on income whose actualization depends on the future performance of productive labor. 40 The mechanisms through which booked profit is bolstered by transfers involving one or another form of AFV are numerous and are in need of additional, ongoing research. Nevertheless, theoretical acknowledgement of this reality is vitally important to registering the significance of the long-term divergence between the rate of profit on productive capital and the rate of profit on financial capital. The more robust performance of the latter compared to the former has been one of the most striking features of capitalism in the neoliberal era. 41 At the same time, however, it can be seen as constituting a new and rather significant adulteration of Marx's LTRPF, one that further complicates the already daunting task of evaluating this law through empirical analysis. Notwithstanding these difficulties, Marxist analysis of the historical dynamics of the capitalist world economy oft not to dispense with various attempts to measure such fundamental Marxian ratios as the average rate of profit, the rate of surplus value, and the organic composition of capital. To be sure, such attempts can never offer much more than rough approximations. Even so, they are vitally important to charting and comprehending essential trends in the capitalist mode of production, trends that can usefully inform, if only in a very general sense, the political programmatic perspectives and tasks of Marxist socialists in relation to the broader working class movement. 2.2 Theoretical issues in empirical measurement. Marx's LTRPF provides a simple and remarkably compelling foundation for the argument that capitalism's capacity to develop the productive forces and promote human progress is historically limited. Precisely because it stands opposed to any notion that capitalism can enjoy a progressive, crisis-free evolution, theoretical formulations of this law have been the target of repeated criticism from both defenders of the capitalist order and reformist leftists who envision a gradual, incremental transition to socialism. Having noted this important dialectic of program and theory, Marxists are nevertheless obliged to consider the scientific merit of the major theoretical objections to the LTRPF, since no empirical demonstration can establish its veracity so long as significant doubts about it remain at the theoretical level. The discussion already undertaken in Chapter 7 fulfills this obligation by showing that the major theoretical objections to the LTRPF are by no means conclusive and that substantial grounds exist for affirming that it has a real and significant impact on the macroeconomic dynamics of capitalist economies and the actual history of capitalism. Nevertheless, important theoretical problems still confront those seeking to empirically test the major hypotheses suggested by the LTRPF. The first problem concerns the value-theoretic rectitude of measuring the value categories and the Marxian ratios in magnitudes of money. Some readings of Marx posit a dualism of labor values and money prices that enjoins the theorist either to reject in principle any empirical measurement of value or to insist upon the measurement of value in units of labor. In counterpoint to such readings, we affirm our general agreement with Moseley that Marx's concepts of constant capital, variable capital, and surplus value can be defined in terms of sums of money which function as capital. In principle, these concepts correspond to entries in the income statements and balance sheets of capitalist firms. 42 The second problem concerns the appropriate unit of analysis for disclosing the real trends of the fundamental Marxian ratios. Can meaningful results be achieved by analyzing national capitalist economies, or must the analysis be conducted at the level of the world economy, a postulated international rate of profit? Certainly, as the internationalization of capital proceeds, manifested through increased international capital mobility, the formation of international prices of production and more pronounced tendencies toward profit rate equalization across national lines, one must acknowledge that processes of international surplus value redistribution and unequal exchange will play an increasingly important role in the realization of profits within individual capitalist nation-states. Such processes will necessarily obscure the transnational origin of some of the surplus value that appears as domestic profit, and, to a certain extent, delink the category of surplus value from the nationally measured value categories of constant capital stock and variable capital. 43. However, the globalization of capitalist economy has not reached a point where one can speak of a general or uniform international rate of profit, and it is impossible, in any case, to measure an average rate of profit on an international scale. What's more, to the extent that processes involving transfers of surplus value through unequal exchange are operative on a world scale, one can only assume that these would tend to favor national capitalist economies exhibiting the highest rates of labor productivity and the highest organic compositions of capital. Therefore, if the LTRPF can be measured and recognized as operative in the world's most powerful and productive national capitalist economy, the USA, there can be little doubt that it is also operative on a world scale. 44 Transfers of surplus value across national lines do not occur entirely or even mainly through processes of unequal exchange. They also occur through foreign direct investment and the repatriation of corporate profits earned abroad. Over the past 25 years, U.S. corporate profit earned in the rest of the world has increased considerably as a percentage of total corporate profit. This too complicates any empirical test of Marx's LTRPF because the capital investments standing behind these profits are not easily measured. This issue will be returned to later, but we note here that the largest share of these foreign investments was actually made in higher wage countries exhibiting high compositions of capital. 45 The foregoing considerations suggest that empirical measurements of the Marxian ratios in any national framework, even that of the USA, must always be scrutinized carefully and with many caveats in mind. That said, we think the exercise is still well worth doing. The third problem has to do with the appropriate theoretical specification of the value categories of Marx's system and the empirical translation of these categories using conventional data sets that tend to be recalcitrant to Marxist concepts and especially to the critical distinction between productive and unproductive labor. This problem has already been addressed at length in Chapter 8 and in part I of this chapter. Some additional points, however, ought to be made and are registered in the next section. 2.3 The specification of Marx's value categories and the origins of the current malaise. Without reprising the finer points of the controversy surrounding unproductive labor, it is important to emphasize that the Mage-Smith approach to SNUL and tax revenues allows us to agree with the critics of the productive-unproductive distinction that such costs are indeed systemically necessary from the point of view of the social capital. 46 While also agreeing with our fellow defenders of the productive-unproductive distinction that it is incorrect to treat the wages of workers employed in supervisory activity, bookkeeping, finance, trade, and many service industries as part of variable capital, that is, as capital that is exchanged with productive labor. 47 In dialectical fashion, the constant capital specification of these systemic overhead costs allows us to recognize that unproductive capital and SNUL are at once necessary to overall capitalist profitability and hazardous to it. But to theoretically sustain this specification we are obliged to conceptualize the category of constant capital as the value expression not only of physical means of production but of all the expenses and investments implicated in the total process of capitalist production and reproduction, with the singular exception of living, productive labor, which is the sole creator of the new value that enters into profit of enterprise, interest and rent as well as the productive labor wage bill. The Mage-Smith conceptualization of constant capital has enormous implications for empirical Marxist analysis. For it suggests that the flow of constant capital represents a much larger share of the total value of gross output than is usually thought, and this is especially true for the most developed capitalist economies with expansive state, commercial, service and financial sectors. Other things being equal, real growth in the SNUL wage bill and in tax revenues must produce an increase in what we call the value composition of output, CF/, that is, the ratio of the annual flow of constant capital to the total value of gross product, an increase likely to be associated with a declining average rate of profit. 48 How then does this analysis assist us in understanding the process of financialization and the proximate causes of the financial crisis of 2007-08? In brief, the profitability crisis of the 1970s, particularly as it afflicted productive capital in the core capitalist countries, was never fully resolved due to the determination of capital and capitalist states to avoid the kind of deep global depression that would involve widespread bankruptcies and a significant devaluation of capital stocks and restore profitability through a gradual increase in the rate of exploitation, that is, in ways that would not provoke a major politico-ideological crisis for world capitalism in the era of the Cold War. Furthermore, to sustain effective demand and to mitigate crises of overproduction, the credit system was overhauled and extended in ways that allowed for the accumulation of dramatically larger volumes of debt across the world economy. Along with the globalization of capitalist production and the creation of significant nuisance of surplus value production in Asia and Latin America, the expansion of the debt bubble helped restore profitability and conferred upon financial capital a much enhanced role in maintaining the conditions of capital accumulation and economic growth, even as the rate of new capital formation and the growth rate of global GDP slowed in the 1980s and the 1990s. 49 Under these circumstances, fictitious capital and profits became much more significant phenomena within the global circuits of capital. The effects of the concomitant financialization of the global economy are strikingly illustrated in Chart 7. The proliferation of fictitious capital and the build-up of debt between 2001 and 2007 stimulated an anomalously high rate of profit in the US and robust global economic growth. But the escalating financial panic of 2007-08 signaled a growing recognition that the rising value of an array of dubious financial assets was wildly out of line with the economic fundamentals. In the end, the capitalist law of value asserted itself as a kind of gravitational force, pulling down the financial house of cards and precipitating the worst global slump since the 1930s. This analysis suggests that the global slump that began in 2008 was by no means a typical periodic crisis of capitalism, but rather an extreme manifestation of a longer-term crisis of capitalist profitability rooted in a persistently high organic composition of capital in the advanced capitalist core of the world economy. Short of a complete collapse of the latter into deep depression, the immediate prospect would seem to involve a major escalation of capital's offensive against labor on a world scale in order to boost surplus value production and reduce systemic overhead costs, all with a view to restoring the conditions of profitability and arresting the burgeoning debt crisis. 50. Confidence must not only be restored in the ability of the system to generate adequate profits but also in its ability to make good on the anticipated future value represented by the amount of debt, estimated in 2010 at over $40 trillion for the OECD countries alone. It is only in light of this new reality that the hard line of the Troika regarding Greece's especially severe and protracted debt crisis can be fully understood. While a conjunctural fall in U.S. profitability was not the exclusive or even the main trigger for the crisis of 2007-08, we argue that the factors contributing to the profitability crisis of the 1970s and 1980s forced the average rate of profit in the U.S. economy into a relatively low range for an extended period. The lackluster profitability of productive capital set the stage for financialization and related processes that made both the U.S. and global economies increasingly susceptible to a steep debt build-up, a proliferation of dubious forms of financial capital, and, in the upshot of financial panic, the global sell-off of mortgage-backed securities and other exotic debt instruments sparked by the collapse of the Lehman Brothers investment bank. Many radical political economists have argued that, by the early 2000s, the average rate of profit in the U.S. economy had been restored to much healthier levels, with the possible implication that reform of the global financial architecture might be always needed to set world capitalist economy back in a reasonably stable path of robust growth. In our view, however, these commentators have underestimated the degree to which the heightened profitability of the period 2002 07 was anomalous and critically dependent on an explosion of fictitious capital and profits associated with an orgy of unrestrained financial innovation and double dealing. Before proceeding to our own empirical study, it will be useful to survey some of the findings and arguments of some other Marxists who have conducted empirical research on the rate of profit in the U.S. economy in recent years. While only a few of these researchers have attempted to provide direct empirical data on the OCC or the rate of surplus value, their findings have often had a close bearing on these fundamental Marxian ratios. 3.1 Fred Mosley is prominent among those who argue that there was a very substantial and probably almost complete recovery of the rate of profit in the United States in the period leading up to the crisis. 51 His findings suggest that the rate of profit is now approaching the peaks achieved in the 1960s. Significantly, however, he tempers his analysis with the important observation that his estimates include a large and increasing percentage of profits from the financial sector, much of which will probably turn out to be fictitious. 3.2 Anwar Sheikh proposes an alternative way of assessing U.S. profitability trends. 52 Like Mosley, he examines the before-tax rate of profit, registering his fidelity to the convention that treats tax revenues as a component of gross surplus value. However, Sheikh excludes the financial sector from his analysis, calculating a rate of profit of enterprise which drives active investment. 53 His rate of profit for U.S. non-financial corporations is defined as the ratio of their profit before interest and profit taxes to the beginning of year current cost of their plant and equipment. 54 On this basis, Sheikh discloses a falling trend for the rate of profit from 1947 to 1983 and a very modestly rising trend from 1983 to 2010, with a steep fall in 2006-09 followed by a jump in early 2010. He then points to two main factors in arresting the decline in the rate of profit after 1983, an unparalleled slowdown in real wage growth and the extraordinary sustained fall in the interest rate which began at more or less the same time. 55 The first factor suggests a considerable increase in the rate of surplus value, as does his graph showing a continuously widening gap between hourly productivity gains and hourly real compensation after 1983. 56 However, Sheikh makes no attempt to assess the trend for the OCC. 3.3 Ergodan Bakir and Al-Campbell Bakir and Campbell report findings that are broadly similar to those of Sheikh. Their analysis focuses on structural changes in capitalism resulting in an after-tax rate of profit that has been lower in the neoliberal period than in the previous period. 57 These changes are associated with an increased transfer of profits from the productive circuits of capital into financial circuits, with a simultaneous drop in the rate of capital accumulation, findings that refute the neoliberal claim that increased finance has improved the conditions for accumulation. 58 However, Bakir and Campbell provide no explanation either for the increased finance of the neoliberal period or for the profitability crisis that preceded, and likely encouraged, the process of financialization. 3.4 Simon Mahan's study is concerned with trends in aggregate capital productivity in the U.S. economy from 1964 to 2001 and their relationship to the rate of profit, the profit share of national income, and the rate of surplus value. 59 The major focus is on the ratio of labor productivity to capital intensity. 60 Mahan takes seriously the distinction between productive and unproductive labor, and his findings are clearly relevant to an evaluation of capital intensity and, indirectly, the OCC. Reporting a before-tax rate of profit that fell sharply between 1964 and 1982 and rose gradually from 1982 to 2001, Mahan affirms that the 1964 to 82 period has some elements of a classical period à la Marx, by which he means that capital productivity fell steeply because a rising TCC could only generate rising labor productivity at a lower rate. 61 The rate of profit was driven down by both falling capital productivity and the rising wage share of unproductive labor. These empirical findings seem broadly consistent with Marx's theoretical expectations. In addition, Mahan finds that in the second period the TCC was roughly constant, but labor productivity was rising so that real capital productivity rose sharply, driving up the rate of profit. 62 This is in general accord with our argument that, in response to the crisis of profitability, capital and the state effectively mobilized many of the counteracting tendencies to the LTRPF, among them various methods for increasing absolute surplus value through the intensification and reorganization of the labor process. Contrary to Mahon's implication, however, we see this response as entirely consistent with Marx's theoretical expectations. What Mahon calls the exceptionalism of the later period, characterized by sustained annual increases in labor productivity in the absence of capital deepening. 63, was precisely what was needed to arrest the decline in the rate of profit during that conjuncture. In the 1980s, the only viable alternative strategy for capital would have been to allow a massive devaluation of capital assets, risking a descent of the US and global economies into a severe depression at a time when the capitalist West was still facing down its Soviet adversary. 3.5 Andrew Clement. This last point brings us to a consideration of the work of Clement 64, whose analysis supports the claims that the long-term build-up of debt that led to the current crisis is in turn the result of a long-standing profitability problem, and that capital was not destroyed during the slumps of the 1970s and early 1980s to a degree sufficient to reverse the decline in the rate of profit. 65 The first claim is one with which we can agree, but the second should be approached with considerable caution. While we accept that, for a variety of reasons, the strategists of the social capital sought to avoid a slaughtering of capital values on a scale adequate to quickly restore a dramatically higher rate of profit, we believe that the evidence is overwhelming that the rate of profit was stabilized in the 1980s and began a gradual rise thereafter. This was accomplished by extracting greater surplus labor from productive workers through methods that did not require large increases in the TCC, the result being a considerable rise in the rate of surplus value. While Hunius theoreality of an increase in the rate of surplus value, Clement is able to do so, we think, only by entirely ignoring the distinction between productive and unproductive labor, treating tax revenues as either surplus value or variable capital, and failing to disaggregate after-tax wages and salaries into their variable capital, surplus value, and constant capital components. To his credit, Clement is critical of analysts like Dumenil and Levy, who have insisted that the structural crisis is over and that poor accumulation rates can be blamed simply on neoliberal economic policies. 66 But his refusal to recognize the exceptionalism of the post-1982 period cannot be justified by the implied claim that his analysis is uniquely resistant to the idea that the crisis is a purely financial one. Analytically, a middle position between Dumenil-Levy on the one side and Clement on the other is not only possible but scientifically indicated, and such a position is clearly occupied by proponents of a variety of political perspectives. Clement also makes much of his commitment to historical cost measures of the capital stock and therefore of the rate of profit, as opposed to the current cost measures much more commonly used by Marxists. We think it is useful to measure, analyze, and compare both historical cost and current cost rates of profit. At the same time, however, we agree with Husson that choosing between them does not have enormous empirical implications. 67 We also agree with Husson that Clement's claim that the wage share of national income in the U.S. has remained essentially constant is badly compromised by his failure to recognize that a sizable and rising share of wages and salaries in the national income accounts is actually a disguised form of profit, namely, the salaries of corporate executives. As Husson observes quite correctly, it is enough to exclude 1% of the highest wages to find a fall in the share of wages as marked in the US as in Europe. 68. 3.6 Basu and Vasudevan versus Michael Roberts. Deepnakar Basu and Rama Vasudevan measured the US rate of profit from 1946 to 2010 in a variety of ways to find empirical evidence that the LTRPF can explain capitalist crises in general and the Great Recession of 2008. 09 in particular. 69 They found that, regardless of how it is measured, the rate of profit declined between the mid-1960s and 1982, and then rose to a peak in the late 1990s. Thereafter, it fell precipitously to a very low point during the mild recession of 2001 and then peaked again in 2005 at a fairly high level before declining in the lead up to the Great Recession. Michael Roberts reported similar findings in his own independent study. According to Roberts, the only measure that did not conform to the cycle of profit was any based on historic costs of fixed assets for the whole economy rather than replacement costs. 70 This finding was also reported by Basu/Vasudevan. However, Basu/Vasudevan and Roberts differ in their interpretations of these empirical findings. Basu/Vasudevan claim that their data show the current crisis was not preceded by a long period of declining profitability as was in evidence in the structural crisis of the 1970s. The fall in the rate of profit during the current crisis coincides with a short-run downward movement associated with fluctuations in the rate of profit at business cycle frequencies. 71 In his review of the Basu/Vasudevan study, a review worth quoting at length, Roberts contradicts their assessment and writes, "For me, the rate of profit in the US was in an up phase from 1946 to 65, a down phase from 1965 to 82, an up phase between 1982 to 97, and now a down phase from 1997. The terrific graphics provided by B&V would allow my interpretation just as much, if not more, than B&V's. The widest measure of the rate of profit a la Marx is to take the overall net value produced in an economy less the income going to wage earners and divide that by the net stock of fixed assets owned by capitalist businesses. This measurest one have favored. Both B&V's results match mine exactly. They show a peak in US profitability in 1997 that is not surpassed by any subsequent peak to a low in the Great Recession. I interpret this as evidence that the US capitalist economy was and is suffering a down phase in profitability that began in 1997, interspersed with smaller cyclical ups and downs. The Great Recession can thus be seen as a result of the downward pressure on profitability since 1997. This is the underlying or ultimate cause, but not the immediate trigger or proximate cause, which was the credit crunch and the financial crash. Once a boosting effects of the credit and property boom of 2002 onwards were exhausted in 2006, the recession was inevitable. The high-tech revolution in the 1990s cheapened the costs of fixed assets and globalization kept wage costs down as capitalist businesses relocated to cheaper locations abroad. These trends were less effective after 1997 and a rising organic composition of capital began to overcome these countervailing factors. Profitability was lower at its peak in 2005 than it was in 1997 and it fell for 3 years before the crisis. Indeed, by end 2006, the mass of profit was falling. Surely this suggests that profitability was relevant to the ensuing recession. 72. While noting that he elides the issue of fictitious profit and fails to deduct taxes on corporate profits from his overly broad definition/measurement of surplus value, we consider Roberts's interpretation of the trends reported in his own study and that of Basu/Vasudevan to be reasonable. For now, we would simply add that the severity of the crisis that unfolded between 2007-09 must take the full measure of the financial panic that resulted from the emerging recognition among investors of the discrepancy between the profitability performance of productive capital and that of financial capital, as well as from a very sudden and forcible awakening to the reality that the extraordinary performance of the fictitious capital responsible for sustaining asset values and stock market indices during the Bush-era boom had been built on a foundation of sand. 3.7 Freeman vs. Sato. Alan Freeman has proposed an entirely new approach to the calculation of the Marxian average rate of profit. For the latter to fully reflect the increased role of financial instruments as capital investments in recent decades, he argues, marketable financial securities should be added to fixed assets in its denominator. By including these securities in his calculations, Freeman is able to conclude that there is a consistent long-run fall in the UK and US rates of profit which, contrary to the figures widely used by Marxists, have both fallen almost monotonically since 1968. 73 To be clear, Freeman goes well beyond those who maintain that financialization is an effect of the persistent profitability problems of productive capital to argue that securities investments constitute a form of capital advance that has caused a continuing, monotonic decline in real profit rate in the neoliberal era. His proposal therefore raises provocative questions not only about how the denominator of the rate of profit should be understood and calculated but also about how financial investments should be conceptualized in a Marxian analysis of contemporary capitalism. In an incisive critique of Freeman's proposal, Takeya Sato agrees that there are many legitimate ways of measuring profitability for a variety of different analytical purposes. One way is to measure the return on assets, where total assets include not only property, plant, equipment, and inventories, but also cash, accounts, investment securities, and long-term loans to other corporations. This measure may have real utility in analyzing the behavior of individual corporations, but it is also conceptually very remote from the Marxian average rate of profit, which, along with the rate of surplus value and the composition of capital, plays a specific role in the analysis of the movement of the capitalist economy as a whole, in other words, the laws of motion of capital in general. This foundational point leads directly to Sato's main criticisms of Freeman's approach. The biggest problem is that effectively obliterates the classical Marxist distinction between real capital and interest-bearing capital. While the former participates in the formation of a general or average rate of profit, through the production, realization, and redistribution of surplus value, the latter depends on the rate of interest as a principal means of capturing a specific share of social surplus value. Furthermore, Freeman's negation of the distinction between real and interest-bearing forms of capital leads directly to two other significant problems. First, if both fixed assets and marketable financial securities are included in the denominator of the profit rate, we cannot avoid double counting the value of the same assets in each calculation. Assets are accounted first as real assets and then as credit money capital. If one assumes that the money capital lent by rentier to industrial or commercial firms is subsequently invested by the latter to form real capital assets, then a double counting problem becomes altogether obvious. Second, including financial securities in the denominator of the profit rate implies that there is no conceptual difference between the rate of profit and the rate of interest. But if the distinction between the rate of profit and the rate of interest is abandoned, Marx's concept of fictitious capital cannot be maintained. What's more, the crucial theoretical difference between two distinct forms of capitalist competition over social surplus value, one involving the competition among industrial and commercial capitalists that results in an ARP, and the other involving competition among money capitalists governed by the market interest rate, disappears. 74. Further on, Sato refers to Freeman's highly problematic interpretation of Marx's concept of the finished form of the average rate. 75 As revealed in this statement, the finished form of the profit rate is not that which excludes commercial, financial and landed capital, but to the contrary significantly modifies the inadequate notion we might have, if we confined ourselves only to productive industry. 76 Sato replies as follows. It is certainly true that, for Marx, the finished form of the ARP does not exclude commercial capital, however, it does exclude interest-bearing capital and so-called landed capital. According to Marx, while commercial capital, as a form of real, functioning capital, takes part in the formation of the ARP, interest-bearing capital does not. However, bank capital ought to be included insofar as it acts as real, functioning capital, i.e. money-dealing capital. Thus, fixed capital assets employed by banking capitalists constitute part of the total social capital advanced in the total process of capitalist production and reproduction and should therefore be included in the denominator of the rate of profit. Furthermore, the surplus value distributed to real, functioning financial capital, in the form of interest earned, should also be included in the numerator, while bank capital, should be included in the denominator of the ARP and interest should be included in the numerator. Interest-bearing capital in its role as fictitious capital should be excluded from the calculation of the ARP. 77. Sato concludes that Freeman is correct to think that traditional methods of measuring the Marxian rate of profit are inadequate in the era of financialization, but also wrong to address this problem by inflating capital advanced, the denominator of THIRD profit, with securities. Instead, greater attention should be given to a more accurate calculation of the numerator of the rate of profit, the total surplus value, which is very likely inflated in most Marxian studies due to the presence of fictitious profits. With this conclusion, we can affirm complete agreement. 3.8 The problem of fictitious profits in national income accounts. This last consideration invites an important caveat concerning any attempt, including our own, to empirically test Marx's LTRPF. In the neoliberal era of financial asset capitalism, the growing weight of fictitious profits calls for considerable skepticism regarding the composition of total corporate profits as represented in conventional national income accounts. 78 Not only are the figures for these booked profits more and more disconnected from real magnitudes of currently produced surplus value, they are also, to an increasing extent, an index of the growing reliance of contemporary capitalism on measuring wealth in terms of future labor time, in particular the labor time required to service the debt accumulated by working people and the capitalist state. Any nominal improvement in the rate of profit that is substantially based on profits deriving from relations of debt/credit rather than the creation of surplus value must be regarded as fundamentally spurious, a fiction masking an underlying pathology that is scarcely recognized by the policy doyens of capital, not to mention radical proponents of income and wealth redistribution. In line with our earlier argument, it is also worth emphasizing that fictitious capital and fictitious profits can evince varying degrees of fictitiousness. To the extent that the specific weight of fictitious capital and profits in relation to total capital and profits increased significantly over the past 30 years, and especially in the 2002-07 period and beyond, this could only have skewed official data in such a way as to suggest both a higher rate of profit and a lower organic composition of capital than was actually the case. And since the statistical category of total corporate profits, inclusive of some fictitious profits, is a major component of overall GDP, there is some reason to believe that real GDP growth, in the USA as elsewhere, has actually been lower than the official estimates reported in Table 6. That some financial profits might legitimately be conceptualized as a deduction from variable capital, effectively a redistribution of value from industrial or commercial capital to financial capital. As their indebtedness becomes increasingly entrenched, interest payments made by workers to creditors result in a reduction in the quantity of abstract labor time that workers actually can command from the money wages that they receive. Just as the financial sector receives a portion of their claim on social labor through the interest payments by corporate borrowers, so too does financial capital obtain a share of their claim by means of the interest payments from households. Workers' real claim on abstract social labor time needs to be considered ex post of these interest payments. 80. To operationalize this hypothesis empirically, however, would be an extremely difficult undertaking in our judgment. In the first place, only the wages of productive workers are variable capital. Wages paid to workers in the sphere of circulation and social reproduction are either part of the constant capital flow or part of surplus value. It is therefore unclear in what proportions this process of financial expropriation might involve transfers or redistributions of constant capital, variable capital, and surplus value. What is clear, however, is that some determinate proportion of financial profit could be attributable to such transfers, and, if so, a smaller share of profit arising from relations of credit/debt should be assumed to be fictitious. Operationally, we would hazard the guess that a correct allocation of such transfers among the categories of constant capital, variable capital, surplus value, and anticipated future value would indicate, over time, a declining magnitude of variable capital, but little change in the magnitudes of either the surplus value or constant capital flows. This would produce a higher estimate for the rate of surplus value and likely a higher estimate for the organic composition of capital, while its impact on the estimated rate of profit would be to bias it further downward. However, such a procedure would also serve to underscore the extent to which financialization is depressing workers' consumption and thereby hobbling investment in productive capital. 3.10 The rate of profit, the rate of surplus value and the composition of capital in the U.S. economy, 1950 to 2013. In this section, we apply the theoretical perspectives outlined earlier in this chapter to an empirical analysis of the U.S. economy from 1950 to 2013. We caution, however, that our results are somewhat inconclusive owing to numerous technical problems associated with the translation of official economic data into the Marxian value categories. This translation problem is especially evident in our calculations of surplus value and variable capital. The National Income and Product Accounts tables published by the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis include no data for after-tax wages or the corporate officer share of wage and salary accruals, rendering the calculation of after-tax wages of productive workers problematic. Nor do these data sets allow us to easily discriminate between productive and unproductive labor, either within economic sectors/industries or between them. In addressing these problems, we have been obliged to apply a crude average tax rate on personal income in order to derive our estimates of variable capital. In addition, we have derived a rough estimate of corporate officer compensation by defining the top 1% of wage and salary earners as recipients of such compensation for every year from 1950 to 2013. This estimate based on figures provided says 81 was subtracted from after-tax wage and salary incomes and added to after-tax corporate profits to obtain our measure of surplus value. Inasmuch as the proportion of total wage and salary accruals received by the top 1% increased considerably between the 1960s and the 2000s, the growth of this component of surplus value contributed to the upturn in the rate of profit and the rate of surplus value over the past 30 years while doing little to improve the degree of capital accumulation. 82 In distinguishing between productive and unproductive labor, we have followed the classification system suggested by Sheikh Tonak and Mahan 83. Defining as entirely unproductive the following divisions represented in the BEA/NEPA tables: wholesale trade, retail trade, finance, insurance, and real estate, business services, legal services, miscellaneous professional services, other services, private households, and general government. All other divisions, including construction, manufacturing, transportation, and several service industries, were defined as entirely productive. 84 This compromise procedure, that is to say, the treatment of all labor employed by productive capital as productive, may skew our results for the rate of surplus value and the composition of capital to the extent that the ratio of supervisory to non-supervisory labor and, more generally, the ratio of unproductive to productive labor in these productive divisions vary over time. Nevertheless, we think it is reasonable to assume that the basic long-term trends revealed for these ratios would not be affected substantially by more exact measurements that captured such changing ratios within the productive divisions. Notwithstanding these difficulties and compromises, our estimates should be of considerable interest to those who recognize the importance of empirically operationalizing the productive-unproductive distinction in the analysis of the fundamental Marxian ratios, and particularly to those persuaded of the need for a constant capital specification of taxes and SNUL wages, a specification which effectively removes these flows from the calculation of the rate of profit, the rate of surplus value, and the OCC. A detailed account of our methods and sources for calculating the basic variables of this study is provided in Appendix 3 at the end of the chapter. 3.11 The main findings. The principal findings of our study can be summarized concisely and are presented in a series of charts below. First, with respect to the rate of profit, the current cost ROP displays a slight upward trend over the entire period from 1950 to 2013. As one might expect, it falls rather dramatically between 1950 and the 1980s, but then begins to climb sharply from 1990 to 2007, the eve of the Great Recession. 85 Furthermore, a truly remarkable increase is observable following the recession of 2001. Indeed, it reaches a post-war peak of 16.5% in 2006. 86 As previously noted, however, there are compelling grounds for regarding the exceptionally strong performance of the ROP between 2002 and 2007 as anomalous and based to a considerable extent on fictitious profits booked in the finance, insurance, and real estate sectors, and perhaps also by many firms operating in the productive economy. This suspicion is reinforced by the performance of the before-tax non-financial ROP calculated by Sheikh, which showed a steep rise between 2002 and 2006. Butan Latopiakov 12% Alavilaboton third below its post-war high in 1966.87. Our own after-tax non-financial ROP reaches a peak during this period of just under 7% in 2006, fully half its post-war highs in 1950 and 1965-66. Moreover, the unprecedented growth in the mass of profits during this period was accompanied by rates of new capital formation that were unusually sluggish in the context of an alleged Libominjkonomy 88 as well as relatively low taxation rate on corporate profits. 89 As investment in capital stocks stagnated, already high levels of public and private debt soared under the combined impact of the costly Iraq War and the expanding housing bubble. And so, of course, did profits. The conclusion is obvious: the anomalously high mass and rate of profit during the era of financialization, and most obviously during the 2002-07 period, was made possible only by the accumulation of an enormous volume of debt obligations, that is to say, of fictitious capital understood as claims on future income. The anomalous 2002-07 ROP was then bothalosoryan unsustainable. The ROP was bound to fall dramatically, and this was duly accomplished in 2008. With slightly higher profits in 2009, the ROP returned to a level closer to its long-term trend line. Overall corporate revenues remained low, however, suggesting that enterprise cost-cutting was responsible for the improved profit rate. The NEPA estimates for after-tax domestic corporate profits of $666 billion in 2008 and $845 billion in 2009 stood well below the record $1.12 trillion registered in 2006. However, a sharp spike to an estimated $1.07 trillion in 2010, followed by $1.00 trillion in 2011, $1.28 trillion in 2012, and $1.36 trillion in 2013, suggested continuing volatility in the mass of profits, the ratio of financial to non-financial profits, and the nominal ROP. Indeed, this spike was due in good part to the remarkable recovery of financial profits made possible by the government-funded bailout of the big banks as well as the massive infusion of liquidity into the banking system with U.S. Federal Reserve at 0% interest. The Fed's continuing quantitative easing policy beyond 2010 explains a major part of the continuing recovery of profitability over the 2011-13 period. While the ROP of this period undoubtedly benefited from real gains in the rate of exploitation of productive labor, it is entirely reasonable to think that, due to the continuing presence of massive fictitious profits generated in the financial sector and beyond, the nominal ROP, as reported, remains considerably inflated relative to the real ROP. Second, with respect to the rate of surplus value, we find that it averaged 38% in the 1950s, 38% in the 1960s, 42% in the 1970s, 34% in the 1980s, 46% in the 1990s, and 62% from 2000 to 2013. While the trend for S/V is essentially flat between 1950 and the 1970s, it falls after 1978, reaching its lowest point in 1986. It then embarks on a strongly upward trend between 1986 and 2007. Its trajectory over this latter period, as well as between 2008 and 2013, is very similar to that of the ROP. These findings support the proposition that the decline in the ROP was arrested in good part due to a significant increase in the rate of exploitation of productive labor, with a long-term decline in corporate taxation playing a supplementary role. This increased exploitation is reflected in the widening gap between the growth of labor productivity and the growth of hourly real compensation 90, which itself must be explained in terms of changes in the labor process, on the one hand, and falling or stagnant real wages, on the other. Again, however, to the extent that it reflects a massive growth of fictitious financial profits, the sharp spikes in S/V between 2002 and 2007, and again between 2010 and 2013, should be viewed as anomalous. 91 That said, it is important to note that while the ROP's trend line increased only slightly over the 63-year period examined, the trend line for S/V nearly doubled. The large discrepancy between these two trends is, of course, attributable to the effect of a rising value and organic composition of capital. Finally then, with respect to the organic composition of capital, which Marx understood to be the value expression of the ratio of dead to living labor in production, we find that the current cost OCC displays a strong upward trend between 1950 and 2007, reaching a peak of 4.54 in 1982 compared to a post-war low of 2.42 in 1950.92. Much of this increase occurs after the onset of the profitability crisis of the 1970s. However, the OCC exhibits a very gradual long-term declining trend between 1982 and 2007. The stabilization of the OCC during this period suggests that the major underlying cause of the profitability malaise of the past 30 to 40 years continues to assert itself. This conclusion is reinforced by the even stronger upward trend of the value composition of cap. ITAL, a ratio that effectively removes both actual and fictitious profits from the picture. 93 The steep fall in the OCC in the early 2000s coincides with comparably steep rises in the ROP and S/V. We think that this fall is associated with the proliferation of fictitious capital and profit, the super profits realized by U.S. defense contractors following the invasions of Afghanistan and Iraq, and the anomalously slow pace of new capital formation during the Bush-era boom. In light of all this, it is reasonable to think that the path of the real OCC may be returning to its historic trend line. Even as a reported OCC for 2009-13 remains below it owing to the inflationary effect of fictitious profits on its denominator. The results of this study of the U.S. economy lend considerable support to the thesis that the crisis of global capitalism that erupted in 2007-08 is due to the persistent profitability problems of productive capital, and that these problems are at the root of the financialization phenomenon and debt crises that are now destabilizing the world system. Furthermore, its findings reinforce the argument that the global capitalist slump is unlikely to be overcome without far more savage attacks on labor by capital than those that characterized the pre-2008 neoliberal era, and without a quite significant devaluation of capital stocks involving widespread bankruptcies and persistently high levels of unemployment. In some significant measure, the super profits reaped by Wall Street and European banks in the wake of the government bailouts of 2009 must also be seen as having been purchased through an increase in state debt obligations, a form of fictitious capital. To stem this rising tide of debt, draconian austerity measures and increased levels of exploitation are now being imposed on the international working class. 94 The period we are entering marks a critical turning point within the neoliberal era. In the absence of concerted and effective working class resistance, requiring the emergence of a consciously anti-capitalist labor movement, a major restructuring of capital values and class relations is now well underway, one that may augur well for real profitability in the long term but that will also produce greatly increased economic and political instability throughout the world and devastating results for the working class everywhere, including in the developed capitalist countries. This new period, one that might be dubbed neoliberalism with a vengeance, is clearly fraught with great perils, including the likelihood of intensified rivalry among the major economic powers, the rise of right-wing populism, and an accelerated assault on the rights and living standards that working people took for granted in the liberal democratic West for decades after World War II, and even well into the neoliberal era. Taken as a whole, our analysis suggests that, for the working class majority of the United States and other advanced capitalist countries, improved living Standards will not be achieved through increased taxes on the rich or other modes of progressive income redistribution. To be sure, the capitalist class is hoarding, and in many cases hiding, immense amounts of money profit. 95 But much of this profit has a purely fictitious character, deriving from a growing volume of debt borne by capitalist governments and the working class. The function of the hoarded profit has been to buy back stocks in major corporations and financial institutions with a view to sustaining or inflating stock market values and to otherwise lubricate a financial system that increasingly resembles a gigantic Ponzi scheme. 96 Under the rule of capital, this paper wealth, consisting more and more of claims on anticipated future value, cannot and will not be made available for investment in the real economy, and nor will it be transferred to workers with a view to stimulating aggregate demand. 97 The reason simple such reallocations of AF would amount as injecting debt to finance activities that risk increasing the OCC and or lowering the rate of exploitation, thereby exacerbating the crisis of valorization and depressing the rate of profit. Accordingly, any left strategic project predicated on the progressive reform of capitalism can only be regarded as a utopian reformist illusion, and certainly much less realistic than Marx's own revolutionary transformative project involving the expropriation of a few usurpers by the mass of the people. 98 The conclusion is unavoidable. Now, more than ever, Marxist socialists must declare boldly and without equivocation that the time has arrived to replace a socio-economic order geared toward generating profits for the few with a fully socialist system of production to meet the needs of the many. 80. One constant capital, the sum of fixed and circulating constant capital in both the sphere of production and the sphere of circulation in the non-farm, incorporated business sector of the economy. Current dollar figures on the fixed capital stock were obtained from the Statistics Canada Bulletin, Fixed Capital Flows and Stocks, 1926-78, and from a more recent bulletin for 1974-80. Figures on the net capital stock include the value of four components of fixed capital expenditure and investment: building construction, engineering construction, machinery and equipment, and capital items charged to operating expenses. The circulating constant capital stock for manufacturing was obtained from the Statistics Canada Bulletin, General Review of the Manufacturing Industries of Canada Volume 1, and calculate the sum of cost of fuel and electricity and cost of materials and supplies used. Comparable data for the non-manufacturing sectors, unfortunately, could not be located. A detailed description is provided in Smith 1984. 2. Variable capital, the after-tax income of all workers employed by productive capital plus estimated employer and employee contributions to unemployment insurance and pension plans. Current dollar figures for V were obtained from the Statistics Canada Bulletin's National Income and Expenditure Accounts. Volume 1. 1926-74 and NIEA, 1967-81. Excluded from consideration as variable capital were wages and salaries paid out in agriculture, wholesale and retail trade, the fire sector, public administration and defense, and community, business and personal services. All figures from Statistics Canada concern before tax income, consequently a comprehensive tax rate table had to be constructed to obtain after-tax estimates. For detailed discussion, see Smith 1984. 3. Surplus value, the sum of profits and other investment income, the estimated corporate officer share of wages, salaries, and supplementary labor income, and the estimated amount of surplus value transferred to the state. As with variable capital, the after-tax measurement of surplus value required the use of a comprehensive tax rate table. The ratio of total taxes to net national income at factor cost was defined as the effective tax rate on income. For detailed discussion, see Smith 1984. Testing Marx in the Twilight of Capitalism 305. 5. Appendix 2, Data Sources and Methods used in Smith-Taylor's Study of the Canadian Economy, 1947-91. 1. Constant capital, the current dollar value of fixed capital in both the sphere of production and the sphere of circulation in the non-farm incorporated business sector of the economy. Current dollar figures on the fixed capital stock were obtained from the Investment and Capital Stock Division of Statistics Canada. The current dollar value of the capital stock for the included categories of the economy were reduced by a percentage reflecting the share in GDP of non-farm unincorporated business sector income for each year from 1947 to 1991. This was done in order to avoid a bias associated with the declining weight of the latter sector in the economy and therefore in the aggregate value of fixed capital. Figures on the net capital stock include the value of four components of fixed capital expenditure and investment: building construction, engineering construction, machinery and equipment, and capital items charged to operating expenses. 2. Variable capital, the after-tax income of all workers employed by productive capital plus estimated employer and employee contributions to unemployment insurance and pension plans. Current dollar figures for V were obtained from the Statistics Canada series, National Income and Expenditure Accounts. Excluded from consideration as variable capital were wages and salaries paid out in agriculture, wholesale and retail trade, the fire sector, public administration and defense, and community, business and personal services. All figures from Statistics Canada refer to before-tax income. Consequently, a comprehensive tax table was constructed to calculate after-tax estimates. 3. Surplus value, the sum of profits and other investment income, the estimated corporate officer share of wages, salaries, and supplementary labor income, and the estimated amount of surplus value transferred to the state. As with variable capital, the after-tax calculation of surplus value required the use of a comprehensive tax rate table. The ratio of total taxes to net national income at factor cost was defined as the effective tax rate on income. The income flows were recalculated from data provided in the Statistics Canada series, National Income and Expenditure Accounts. For further information of methods used, see notes 28 and 30 in Smith and Taylor 1996. 1. Constant capital stock, value of the net sto. 2. Surplus value, corporate profits after tax, for domestic industries, taken from BEA NEPA Table 6.19b, Line 2 plus after-tax earnings of the top 1% of the recipients of wage and salary accruals equals S. The proportion of earnings represented by the top 1% of wage and salary earners was obtained from SAYS 2015. 3. Variable capital, total wages and salary accruals minus line 50, line 51, line 52, line 63, line 69, line 74, line 74, and line 72 and 83 equals before tax wage bill of productive labor. V equals before tax wage bill of productive labor minus estimated tax deductions calculated by multiplying the effective tax rate and income with the productive labor wage bill. The effective tax rate was calculated as the ratio of personal current taxes to personal income. 4. After tax, non-financial ROP, the procedure for calculating this follows chic in all respects, with the exception that we used after-tax profit figures while chic used before-tax figures. Corporate profit as listed in NEPA is net of actual net monetary interest paid, so we need to add the latter item back in order to get profits before interest. Chapter 11. Beyond the Law of Value, Class Struggle and Socialist Transformation. If only 1/10 of the human energy that is now expended on reforming capitalism, protesting its depredations and cobbling together electoral alliances within the arena of bourgeois politics could be channeled instead into an effective revolutionary/transformative political practice, one suspects that the era of socialist globalization would be close at hand. The objective, historical conditions for a socialist transformation are not only ripe, they have become altogether rotten. The global capitalist order is presently in an advanced state of decay. The vital task today is to bring human consciousness and activity, the subjective factor, into correspondence with the urgent need to confront and transform that objective reality. 1. Such was my assessment in Global Capitalism in Crisis, published in the immediate aftermath of the Great Recession of 2008-09. Nearly a decade on, one must concede perforce that little progress has been made in accomplishing the vital task prescribed. The capitalist class has waged a remarkably successful campaign to suppress the emergence of a mass socialist workers' movement capable of addressing the triple crisis of 21st century capitalism that was outlined in Chapter 1. In the face of persistent global economic malaise, growing inequality, accelerating climate change, and worsening international relations portending world war, global capitalism has avoided a crisis of legitimacy proportionate to the dangers facing humanity. This anomaly speaks volumes about the power of ideology, as deployed by the main beneficiaries of the capitalist order, to obscure social reality and deflect attention from the demonstrable connections that exist between the capitalist profit system and the multiple crises of the contemporary world. Point 2 In the German ideology Marx wrote, the ideas of the ruling class are in every epoch the ruling ideas, i.e. the class, which is the ruling material force of society, is at the same time its ruling intellectual force. The class which has the means of material production at its disposal, has control at the same time over the means of mental production, so that thereby, generally speaking, the ideas of those who lack the means of mental production are subject to it. Point 3 For the founders of scientific socialism, however, this was by no means the whole story, since the consciousness of those who lack means of mental production is determined not only by the reigning ideologies of the ruling class but also, in the end, more profoundly, by their own lived experiences and the glaring contradictions of their social being. For this reason, powerful socialist workers' movements Swirlbeltomer from Thethikfagov ideology and tradition in the 19th and 20th centuries movements which not only forced the capitalist class to make real concessions to the working class masses, but which also posed the question of working class power and socialist transformation. The most famous anthem of the class-conscious proletariat, the Internationale, took up these great themes in the following stirring lyrics. Arise, ye prisoners of starvation. Arise, ye wretched of the earth. For justice thunders condemnation. A better world's in birth. No more traditions chains shall bind us. Arise, ye slaves, no more in thrall. The earth shall rise on new foundations. We have been naught, we shall be all, for today, in the twilight of capitalism, we are confronted by the paradox that while the conditions of social being are becoming more and more intolerable, the ideological dominance of the capitalist class remains relatively secure. To explain this adequately, however, requires something more than an invocation of Marx and Engels' time-honored dictums. It requires a willingness and ability to take the full measure of the immense historical defeat inflicted on the working class by the rise and fall of Stalinism in the 20th century. Point 5. Stalinism was much more than an ideological perversion of Marxist socialism, it was/is, fundamentally, the social phenomenon of bureaucratic oligarchic rule on the basis of collectivist property forms. The damage done by this phenomenon has been wide-ranging and incalculably grave, in its betrayal of the great promise of the Russian Socialist Revolution of 1917, its besmirching of the socialist ideal, its murderous repression of its revolutionary Marxist opponents, its perfidious and essentially counter-revolutionary influence on the most class-conscious workers' movements in the world, and its false self-identification with the project of Marxist socialism. The sudden collapse of Stalinist real socialism in the former Soviet bloc between 1989 and 1991 and its protracted withering away in China over the past quarter century could only have lent powerful credence to the plethora of well-orchestrated verdicts on Marx's theory and program that are as stridently negative as they are ignorantly tendentious. Owing to the fact that the crisis of Stalinist bureaucratic rule found partial but unmistakable expression as a crisis of planned economy, the lesson most easily drawn and widely promulgated by virtually all opponents of Marxist socialism was that free market forces are indispensable to the optimization of economic productivity and prosperity. Due in good part to the deepening crisis of global capitalism, however, this pro-capitalist lesson has lost much of its credibility since the early 1990s. Even so, the contradictory and often bitter experience of Stalinist real socialism continues to be summoned with real effect against the programmatic thrust of Marx's theory, the need to achieve a society in which the relations of people to people are no longer dominated by objective bonds and in which universally developed individuals, whose social relations, as their own communal relations, are subordinated to their own communal control, can fulfill the promise of a non-alienated individuality marked by universality and the comprehensiveness of relations and capacities. 6. As the historical structural crisis of capitalism continues to unfold, Marx's unified theoretical and political project is sure to be embraced once again by many millions of people striving for rational answers to the enormous problems of our 21st century world. But for this to happen in the most propitious of ways, the hegemonic forms of Marxist socialist practice in the last century will need to be exposed for what they were: fundamental departures from Marx's value-theoretic critique of capitalism and program for human emancipation. Fortunately, this exposure should be much easier to undertake in the years to come than at any other time in the past. Recent historical experiences, several of which were referenced in Chapter 1, have revealed to growing numbers that no good reasons exist to believe that the working class ought to conciliate the bourgeoisie with a program of reforms within the framework of capitalism, or that progressed or durationally planned socialist economy can be made without the full and democratic participation of the associated producers and consumers, and without the support of a globalist socialist division of labor. To claim that Marx thought otherwise, as many purported Marxists still do, is to engage in the worst kind of chicanery. Marx's analysis of capitalism points socialist practice precisely and unmistakably toward a revolutionary confrontation with the capitalist order, a social order that relies on the operations of the law of value to divide, disorient, and blackmail the working class into abiding by capital's rules of the game. And just as decisively, Marx's critique of capitalist alienation suggests that the material and social basis for authentic socialism can only be laid through a commitment to internationalist principles and a qualitative extension of individual human capacities, something that is impossible to achieve so long as society remains in the grip of a bureaucratic dictatorship. For revolutionary Marxists, Marx's true followers, the debilitating contradictions of advanced capitalism necessitate the scrapping of both the free market and bureaucracy as the dominant modes of social organization in favor of a system of socialist self-administration and rational planning, a system whose prerequisite has been brought into being by capitalism itself, even as the latter must continue to block its full realization in compliance with the law of value. This internationalist socialist vision of real human progress needs to be vigorously promoted as a counterweight to the reactionary forces and ideas now being unleashed in response to the decay of capitalism. Accordingly, Marxists must shed their traditional reticence to construct in thought an appealing vision of an alternative socialist society, not least because such a vision is more than ever necessary to motivating an authentically socialist human agency. Only on this condition can the pervasive cynical reason of our time be overcome and confidence in human progress recaptured, for only then can we begin to anticipate the end of the abhorrent rally of capital, and the increasingly irrational domination of the invisible Leviathan. Beyond the law of value 311. The practical, programmatic relevancy of the law of value to the revolutionary socialist project the tal of Marx's theoretical workways intended to serve has been referenced throughout this book, and yet most participants in the controversy surrounding value theory have been reluctant to explore the intimate link it has always had with practical political concerns. This final chapter seeks to redress this deficit by focusing on two interrelated aspects of the interface between the theory of value and socialist politics, the first pertaining to the urgent task of delineating a programmatic orientation for the workers' movement to end the rule of capital, and the second pertaining to issues of socialist construction. Given the enormous scope and highly contentious nature of the questions addressed, as well as the limited space that can be given to them here, the aim of the following discussion is essentially exploratory, to suggest some of the ways in which value theory can be articulated with the class struggle politics of Marxist socialism. Needless to say, no pretense is made here to exhausting the topic. 1. The working class, value, and anti-capitalist struggle. The questions we begin with are these: can Marx's value-theoretical analysis of capitalism contribute significantly to explaining historical changes in the physiognomy and social fate of the working class, and Diffit can value theoretical analysis of class help us to understand the uneven and discontinuous development of working class consciousness and class struggle over the history of capitalism? The answers to these two questions are of signal importance to Marxism understood as an integrated theoretical political project, for this project has always been predicated on the idea that the working class not only has an historical interest in ending the rule of capital and abolishing capitalist relations of production, but is also strategically positioned to undertake the reorganization of society along socialist lines. From the perspective of the early 21st century, Marx's original vision of workers' revolution may seem quixotic to many, particularly if the working class is defined, as it so often has been, to exclude the more skilled and better educated wage and salary earners. But once it is understood that the working class, as Marx defined it, constitutes a decisive majority of the population of the developed capitalist countries and an emerging majority in many newly industrializing ones, and once it is stipulated that this majority should be able to rally the support of at least some segments of the professional, managerial and intellectual middle class in its more serious confrontations with a capitalist order that is not merely in decline but in an advanced state of decay, Marx's vision of proletarian revolution begins to lose its aura of unrealism, while the antithetical notion of capital's eternal rule acquires the unmistakable aspect of a fantastic dystopia. 1.1 Marx's proletarianization thesis. In the Communist Manifesto and some of his other writings, Marx refers to the inevitability of a process of polarization between the two fundamental social classes of capitalist society, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, and a concomitant decline of all other classes. Furthermore, in the famous climactic chapter of Capital, Volume I, entitled The General Law of Capitalist Accumulation, Marx predicted the historical eclipse of the middle class and its proletarianization consequent to the concentration and centralization of capital. This may be referred to as Marx's proletarianization thesis. Has this prediction been borne out by history? Before this question can be answered, two preliminary observations are in order. The first is that Marx, unlike many Marxists, never disqualified unproductive laborers from the ranks of the working class, understood, in Cartesian sense, as the collective laborer. 7 The second is that Marx appeared to believe that unproductive labor was a phenomenon subject to gradual historical decline with the further development of capitalism. In this latter regard, however, he turned out to be both correct and incorrect. Marx was certainly right to expect that the traditional ranks of the unproductive labor force, domestic servants and other hangers-on of the privileged classes, would diminish over time. But his expectation was wrong inasmuch as it failed to anticipate the emergence and momentous expansion of new types of unproductive labor, the socially necessary yet unproductive workers employed by the state and by commercial, financial, and industrial capital. Arguably, Marx's failure in this respect can be attributed to an unduly optimistic view that capitalism would not overstay its historical welcome. The growth of socially necessary unproductive labor may be seen, after all, as a byproduct of a rather long and drawn-out historical structural crisis of the capitalist mode of production. All the same, the proliferation of such labor, as discussed in chapters 8 and 10, can only be properly understood in light of the operations of the capitalist law of value, and the long-term effects of the law of the falling rate of profit. While Marx never disqualified all unproductive laborers from the ranks of the proletariat, the same cannot be said for a great many 20th-century class theorists, Marxist and non-Marxist alike. It has been remarkably calm. 7 Cartesian 1977 and 1983. Beyond the Law of Value 313. Mon for neo-Weberian and functionalist sociologists to distinguish between white-collar and blue-collar workers and to rather impressionistically draw a class line between them. In a similar vein, Nikos Poulantzas has argued, from a purportedly Marxist standpoint, that wage laborers who are not directly productive of material commodities, or who are engaged instead in mental labor or supervisory functions, are properly classified as non-proletarian constituents of a new petty bourgeoisie. 8 Other Marxist theorists have maintained that membership in the working class should be reserved to those wage laborers who create surplus value, whether in the course of producing material or service commodities. J.K. Lindsay, a good representative of this approach, argues that the production working class should be distinguished from the circulation working class on the grounds that the former is exploited while the latter is merely oppressed. 9 Lindsay makes the unobjectionable point that the relation between production and circulation workers is not an antagonistic one, yet this sits uneasily with his thesis that circulation workers, along with the members of what he calls an ideological class, live off the surplus value appropriated by capitalists. Like many other Marxists, he conflates the various categories of unproductive labor and then asserts that all unproductive labor is exchanged with revenue. In this way, socially necessary unproductive laborers are treated, in value theoretical terms, as a kind of luxury good of the social capital, employed at the sufferance of the bourgeoisie and supported out of the revenue component of social surplus value. Even though socially necessary to the reproduction process of capitalist society, these workers are regarded no more as victims of capitalist exploitation than are the domestic servants with whom they are conceptually assimilated. An extended argument for rejecting such an understanding of socially necessary unproductive labour Hassel read Ibn Medine chapters 8 and 10 and need not be repeated here. The different locations of production and circulation workers within the overall process of capitalist reproduction should nevertheless be appreciated. Circulation workers, along with workers employed or maintained by the capitalist state, are rather directly involved in the reproduction of capitalist social relations, while production workers are more directly involved in the reproduction of the physical elements of society. Theoretically, this circumstance may make circulation workers less likely than production workers to develop anti-capitalist attitudes. Even so, such a hypothetical difference in consciousness is an inadequate basis for contending that circulation workers are not exploited and therefore belong to a different class than production workers. One should add that it is highly questionable whether such a difference in consciousness can be convincingly established, much less linked to different structural locations in reproduction. 10 Indeed, over the last few decades, unproductive public sector workers have often been in the forefront of working class struggles against worsening capitalist austerity and privatization of social services and infrastructures. Although a clarification of Marx's ideas regarding socially necessary unproductive labor is of great moment to a value theoretical mapping of the contemporary class structure, it hardly resolves all of the pertinent questions under debate. For example, Eric Olin Wright, following a cogent critique of Poulantzas's catch-all category of the new petty bourgeoisie, fruitfully suggested in an early work that positions within the social division of labor can be objectively contradictory, and, proceeding from this insight, identified several contradictory class locations situated at the boundaries of the three principal social classes of capitalist society: the bourgeoisie, the proletariat, and the petty bourgeoisie. 11 For Wright, contradictory class locations can exist between any pair of these classes, suggesting that the individuals occupying such locations share structural characteristics in common with more than one class. 12 Robert Weil takes Wright's analysis a step further, arguing persuasively that petty bourgeois commodity producers within capitalist society also constitute a contradictory class location. Insofar as the Aktaut auf both Kapital and wage labour. 13 Whether ambiguously positioned wage labourers like engineers and managers should be conceptualized as members of a contradictory class location, a service class or a new middle class. 14 The analysis of their proliferation under advanced capitalism can only benefit from a Marxist value theoretical perspective that recognizes that the problems of value production and realization call for eine vermehrliche technikalen social division of labor, that is to say, an increasingly complex and differentiated occupational structure that tends to obscure the real contours of the class structure. How then do these observations pertain to Marx's thesis concerning the progressive polarization of the capitalist class structure and the historical tendency toward the proletarianization of ever larger segments of the population under contemporary capitalism? In my view, they substantially support it. The complexity of the contemporary class structure is most apparent within the working class itself, which has become increasingly differentiated with respect to its roles in social reproduction. At the same time, the increasing weight of the working class is also indirectly reflected in the fact that the contradictory class location or new middle class stratum that has experienced the greatest expansion in advanced capitalist societies over the course of the past century is precisely the one straddling the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. 1.2 Value, class struggle, and bureaucracy. The problem of how the productivity increasing imperative of the capitalist law of value has been adulterated during the era of capitalist decline cannot be adequately specified without reference to the central role played by class conflict. Purely structuralist accounts of Marx's economic laws of motion tend to view the class struggle as a mere epiphenomenon of the objective contradictions of capitalist production/reproduction. The implication of such a view is that class practices, mediated by consciousness, can have little impact on the overall direction of capitalist development. Yet precisely because subjectively oriented practices do not belong to a realm autonomous from objective laws, but to the contrary belong to a semi-order of social being, a value theoretical account of capitalist development must specify the ways in which the class struggle impacts on the expression, that is, the concrete historical forms, of these laws. Precisely because capital encompasses an antagonistic relation between capitalists and workers, as well as a competitive relation between commodity producers, a strong incentive exists for capitalists to reduce their costs of production through labor saving and/or labor displacing innovation. In this connection, capitalists derive two main functional benefits from the resulting increase in the technical composition of capital. It promotes the real subsumption of labor under capital, and it reproduces the reserve army of unemployed and underemployed workers required to maintain a downward pressure on wages. Both of these benefits to capital are substantial and even indispensable for subjective as well as objective reasons. The reproduction of unemployment, for example, is not only useful in keeping the labor movement off balance and in mitigating wage push/profit squeeze phenomena, it is also vital to instilling a sense of insecurity in workers, rendering them less likely to undertake militant anti-capitalist action. Similarly, while the real subsumption of labor by capital involves an increased production of relative surplus value, it also entails a continuous descaling of qualified labor, a process that fosters the capital fetishistic notion that labor is a mere adjunct to the independent power of capital. But these points hardly exhaust the matter. Not only do workers resist technological redundancies and descaling technical change, they also react to the crisis tendencies bred by a rising organic composition of capital. Moreover, it is precisely because workers have an anti-capitalist option open to them that the capitalist class must tread carefully in its efforts to follow the objective dictates of the capitalist law of value. While workers can and do challenge the limits of the law of value, capitalists can seek only to modify its effects in accordance with their class interests, which includes an interest in maintaining some reasonable level of class peace. What this suggests is that the laws of motion of capital create a framework within which a multitude of choices are made pertaining to class practices. Capitalists have no option but to limit their class practices to this framework, and they bend every effort to get the working class to do the same, very often, it must be said, with the vital assistance of trade union officials and reform-oriented socialists. Yet the working class remains within this framework only to the degree that the consciousness of workers remains limited to it. There is no real community of interests between capitalists and workers. Bourgeois class interest dictates that capitalists respect and obey the law of value, just as proletarian class interest dictates that workers repudiate and seek to supersede it. That said, the historical tendency of the class struggle within capitalism has been to push toward an ever greater objective socialization of the reproduction process. On the one hand, a key aspect of the progressive historical mission of capitalism has been to promote the growth of technical coordination, interdependence, and integration in production, by which capitalism increasingly generates the negation of the private labor and private production from which it was born, first inside single factories, then within a number of production units and branches of industry, and finally between countries. 15 On the other hand, the pressure of the class struggle and capitalism's sharpening objective contradictions have forced the capitalist class to submit to a process of unproductive socialization, through which the overhead costs of capitalist reproduction have grown enormously. Given the necessarily antagonistic and exploitative character of capitalist social relations of production, the predominant organizational mode emerging from these socialization tendencies has been the bureaucratic mode. The essence of all bureaucracy, and especially industrial bureaucracy, is a thoroughgoing division between mental and manual labor. 16 Such a division is implicit in the real subsumption of labor by capital, and is rendered explicit in the principles of scientific management elaborated by Frederick W. Taylor among others. Short of a complete elimination of living labor from production, what capital seeks to achieve is effective control over the labor process and a qualitative attenuation of the class struggle at the point of production on terms favorable to surplus value production. In general, this project is furthered by efforts to continuously transfer to machinery the skills formerly wielded by living laborers, thereby eliminating all vestiges of craft production, a state of affairs in which the more skilled workers perform both brain work and manual functions. The separation of conception and execution, together with the relegation of living manual labor to mechanically repetitive tasks, is integral to a capitalist class strategy to enforce the domination of capital, the hegemony of valorization, over the working class within production. This constitutes the perfection of what Marx calls the despotism of the factory regime. The essential content of this strategy is a cognitive appropriation of the skills and technical knowledge of skilled craftspeople, their incorporation into machinery through scientific and technological innovation, and the development of a managerial, bureaucratic layer whose goal is to both ensure the technical efficiency of the production process and, under the guise of maintaining labor discipline, thwart any tendencies toward worker control of the labor process. It should be emphasized that the above features of the bureaucratization of industry are promoted by value relations in general, and not only by class struggle at the point of production. Moreover, the tendency toward the deskillengonde qualification of labor is partially offset by a counter-tendency toward the creation of new types of skilled labor, a process which is itself a consequence of the drive of capitalist firms to reduce production costs per unit of output in order to more effectively meet the challenges of competition. The real subsumption of labor by capital attests to the ongoing role of capital in enhancing the productivity of labor at the level of the individual productive enterprise. For Marx, this role is historically progressive and its results form the material presuppositions of socialism. The degree that large industry develops, the creation of real wealth comes to depend less on labor time and on the amount of labor employed than on the power of the agencies set in motion during labor time, whose powerful effectiveness is, out of all proportion to the direct labor time spent on their production, but depends rather on the general state of science and on the progress of technology, or the application of science to production. 17 This passage clearly shows that Marx refrained from condemning capitalism for its tendency to free material production from the need for living human labor of all types, rather, he indicted it for not realizing the full potential of the technological revolutions that it sponsored under the whip of the law of value. The tragedy for Marx was not that Kraftskill Ehrlichkeit, the artisanal mode of production, was giving way to automation. The tragedy was rather that capitalist relations of production, involving the measurement of social wealth in terms of labor time, reserved all the benefits of automation for the capitalists, while condemning the workers to increasing alienation, economic insecurity, and cognitive degradation. Technological revolutions are one thing, however, and bureaucratization something else again. The claim of most sociological apologists of industrial bureaucracy is that bureaucratic organization, the centralization of knowledge about production in the hands of a hired-gun managerial stratum enjoying the confidence of the capitalist owners, is an essential ingredient to optimal productivity and efficiency in industrial enterprises. But this claim can be easily dismissed. For while the separation of conception and execution. 17 Marx 1973, p. 705. Beyond the law of value 319. Might indeed be a necessary feature of labor-saving technological innovation, the division of head and hand need not follow from this, especially as the role of the hand declines in importance with the automation/robotization of large-scale industrial production processes. there is really no reason why conception cannot be the privilege, or, better, the right, of all of the associated producers, regardless of their specialized roles in the technical division of labor, Noriason except for the class imperative of capital to organisatoric body of knowledge useful to fortifying its domination over the labor process. In sum, it is vitally important from a value-theoretical standpoint to distinguish those aspects of the real subsumption of labor by capital that promote the productivity of labor and real progress in liberating human labor from toil and drudgery, from those aspects that involve a bureaucratic appropriation and centralization of knowledge and decision-making in the hands of capitalist management. The latter aspects pertain to the exploitative capitalist form of the law of value, while the former pertain to a perennial tendency of the law of value to promote technical rationality, a tendency that capital supports only up to a point. To pose this matter a little differently, the bureaucratic organization of the production process is not at all a necessary byproduct of labor-saving technological innovation. To the contrary, the displacement of living labor from production and the spread of automation, robotics, and digital technologies should undermine any purely technicist rationale for bureaucratic relations of authority, while liberating the social time required for educating and involving all of the associated producers in the management not only of workplaces but society as a whole. 1.3 The value of labor power, labor market segmentation and working class fragmentation. As already pointed out, the tendency toward the descaling and homogenization of the working class is offset to some extent by a counter-tendency toward the creation of new skills and qualifications. This counter-tendency is partly dictated by the exigencies of technological innovation in the ongoing quest of capitals to reduce unit costs of production. However, differentials in wages are not solely the result of differences in levels of skill, and processes of descaling/reskilling may be somewhat incidental or tangential to other factors that contribute significantly to labor market segmentation and class fragmentation. The value of individual labor powers is not determined simply by an objective calculus in which the cost of reproducing the ability to work is defined in terms of physiological subsistence expenditures plus the educational and other costs incurred by workers in acquiring, exercising, and maintaining a particular set of skills. In capital I, Marx argues that the value of labor power has a historical and moral component as well. Point 18 Although Marx is ambiguous on the point, it seems appropriate to apply this consideration to the definition of the value of both simple and qualified labor power. From this perspective, the incorporation of a social constructionist view into a theory of labor power valuation becomes a rather straightforward matter. Point 19 Qualified labor is not entirely synonymous with skilled labor. Nor are skills entirely objective attributes of individual workers who have incurred determinate costs in acquiring them. To put the matter bluntly, a qualification for a relatively privileged and well-paid position within the division of labor may simply be maleness, a white skin, or the right social connections. Similarly, the criteria for distinguishing between skilled, semi-skilled, and unskilled work tasks may have less to do with formal education and training than with how gender, race, and other status considerations influence their distribution. For example, a highly talented seamstress may be defined as semi-skilled and a male truck driver as skilled simply because the very notion of skill has traditionally been associated with male craft organization. The value of labor power then is determined to a considerable extent by prevailing social norms, lifestyle expectations, racial, ethnic and gender inequalities, and other strictly non-economic considerations. In the world of commodities, the social equality of commodity-producing labor is the rule, and the level playing field the accepted norm. But commodities share the real world with human beings whose social relations and consciousness reflect the influence not only of commodity production and exchange but also long-standing cultural traditions and cross-cultural antagonisms, many of which are of considerable strategic importance to capital in keeping the working class divided. Not surprisingly, it is precisely in the area of determining the value of individual labor powers that these relatively autonomous cultural influences can be most profoundly felt, trampling underfoot all attempts to objectively compare the value of different work tasks. In a provocative contribution, Michael Lebowitz argues, value of labor power has a tendency to adjust to its price, rather than the reverse. Accordingly, Marx was wrong to state that as with all other commodities, so with labor, its market price will, in the long run, adapt itself to its value. Rather than a fixed magnitude, the set of necessities entering into the value of labor power is inherently variable. This historical or social element, entering into the value of labor, may be expanded or contracted, or altogether extinguished, so that nothing remains but the physical limit. 20. In my view, the burden of Lebowitz's criticism of the marks of value, price, and profit is unobjectionable, and I share his regret that neither Marx nor his immediate successors elaborated the sort of political economy of the working class that Marx had apparently envisaged for his planned volume on wage labor. The consciousness and struggles of workers, both their victories and defeats, have a major bearing on how the price and therefore the historically and morally determined value of labor power are established in any given period. 21. The same point applies to qualified as well as unqualified labor powers. Even so, one should always bear in mind that the variability of the value of labor power pertains principally to the historical, social, or moral elements in its determination, while definite physical limits provide an enduring objective floor below which the quality of even the simplest, most unskilled labor power is seriously compromised. The value of the necessities entering into this physica floor may be to determine a subsistence component of the price of labor power, just as the total price of specific labor powers, mediated by cultural and class struggle factors, will determine the historically constituted value of labor power. 22. Yet the necessities comprising the subsistence component of the wage are themselves subject to changing historical conditions. For example, in the soft industrial revolution, workers usually lived within walking distance of their workplaces, and for this reason, transportation costs rarely entered into the value of labor power. Today, at least in the developed capitalist world, such costs are unavoidable, and the worker's wage must be adequate to cover them. What is still subject to historical, moral, or class struggle adjudication, however, is whether the wage will be sufficient to provide the worker with a bicycle, bus fare, a modest automobile, or a sport utility vehicle. The substantially arbitrary or contingent ways in which the value of labor power is determined beyond the physiological minimum necessary to the social reproduction of its simplest form suggests that a redistribution of value may occur among workers just as it occurs among capitals, even though, of course, for different reasons and through different mechanisms. Diverse levels of class organization, gender, ethnic and racial discrimination, and cultural constructions pertaining to skills or qualifications may affect the distribution of the total value available to wage and salary earners, and may thereby contribute to invidious political divisions within the working class. Whether furthered by the capitalist ruling class or by workers themselves, such fragmentation can only contribute to the emergence of disparate, and sharply contradictory, forms of working class consciousness. 1.4 Cognitive labor in 21st century digitized capitalism. 23 A significant recent development in the advanced capitalist societies has been the emergence of a new layer of wage and salary earners employed in the digital technology industries, a phenomenon some theorists suggest is fundamentally transfiguring 21st century capitalism. A school of thought influenced by the post-Marxist views of Michael Hart and Antonio Negri has argued that an age of cognitive capitalism has arrived, one in which manual wage labor has been eclipsed as the principal source of surplus value by the cognitive labor of highly skilled workers overseeing the production and development of enormously profitable digital devices whose market value depends much more on the technical information they embody than on the labor required for their production. 24 Thus paid middle-class knowledge work ERS are seen as central to contemporary capitalism not so much because of their numerical weight but by dint of the increasingly crucial role they purportedly play in the valorization of capital. This cognitive capitalism thesis, the latest in a never-ending series of attempts to demonstrate the outmoded character of Marxist theory and politics, must be recognized as resting upon a very weak theoretical foundation. As Carchedi, Starista, and Hus have argued, the theorists of cognitive capitalism and digital labor have failed to make a convincing case that the primary source of surplus value has ceased to be the exploitation of the mass of wage earners, or that the production of wealth in contemporary capitalism has somehow been liberated from the imperatives of the law of value. 25 Indeed, the deepening valorization crisis and accompanying financialization of global capitalism over the last few decades testify to the manifest failure of digital technology to even stabilize, much less reinvigorate the latter. From the standpoint of the global, macroeconomic requirements of capital, this new technology may instead be much more a part of the problem than a solution to the persistent malaise and structural crisis of 21st century capitalism. 1.5 Class consciousness, regional and international dimensions. International capital mobility and the dismantling of barriers to free trade within the capitalist world market provide the basis for the formation of tendentially uniform prices of production across national lines and even on a world scale. This, in turn, allows for the possibility of significant transfers of surplus value between countries. The more prominent the tendency toward the international equalization of profit rates, the more scope there is for technologically superior capitalist countries to offset crises of profitability at the expense of their weaker trading partners. The pool of social surplus value available for distribution amongst individual capitals becomes internationalist, and how it is distributed comes to decisively shape the relative fortunes of regions, countries, and even whole continents. On a world scale, the distribution of internationalist social surplus value comes close to resembling a zero-sum game, particularly under conditions of economic contraction and crisis within the capitalist world economy as a whole. The condition for prosperity, growth, and rising average living standards in a particular zone of capitalist economic activity becomes the failure of other zones to adequately compete and thereby prevent a transfer of value to more competitive zones. Workers living in the more advanced or developed zones of the world capitalist economy enjoy the benefits of an economic environment that is not only wealthier but also less prone to the most severe manifestations of capitalist economic crisis. Indeed, through the various mechanisms of international value transfer, the most developed capitalist zones can often use the less developed zones as shock absorbers for the crisis tendencies originating in their own economies. The Latin American debt crisis of the 1980s is a prime example of this phenomenon, as is the debt crisis that has afflicted the southern tier of the European Union, above all Greece, in more recent times. 26 The possibility of resolving the domestic manifestations of capitalist crisis at the expense of other regions, other countries, and other nations encourages a tendency on the part of working people, and especially the bureaucratic officialdoms of organized labor, to seek a solution to their economic problems in regional, national, or continental terms. Such strategies almost invariably involve a perspective of collaboration with own zone capitalist class in a cross-class project of winning the war for markets and are frequently permeated with racism and xenophobia. As such, they are profoundly at odds with the internationalist working class perspective, which alone can counter the logic of a value that refuses to recognize either national boundaries or regional peculiarities, and that operates in such a way as to seduce the unwary into a class collaborationist perspective of beggar my neighbor competition. The class antagonism of capital and labor is linked intrinsically with the division of head and hand. 27. Kant's antinomies and his epistemological account of the division of mental and manual labor reflect the profound impact of the exchange abstraction in engendering a dualistic consciousness and worldview. Indeed, Kant's very opposition of principles a posteriori to principles a priori could only have occurred to a philosopher living in an era in which the division of mental and manual labor had been powerfully ramified by the development of a body of scientific knowledge and method increasingly dissociated from practical manual tasks. Kant took for granted epistemological dualism without inquiring into its socio-historical provenance. Indeed, he linked it to a none too disguised ontological dualism. Other philosophers have suggested that cognitive dualism is deeply rooted in human nature and is consequently a natural way of regarding the world. By contrast, Soenrethel's analysis suggests that cognitive dualism appears natural only so long as its roots in the division of head and hand, and indeterminate elements of the commodity exchange abstraction, remain hidden. The unfolding of the capitalist law of value has not only brought the division of mental and manual labor to its apotheosis, it has also, through the generalization of the exchange abstraction, encouraged a generalist dualistic consciousness. This consciousness is characteristic not only of the dominant forms of bourgeois philosophy and social theory but of worldviews of broad sections of the population, including the working class. The significance of this should not be missed, for the dualistic outlook is profoundly at odds with the standpoint that the material can be brought into alignment with the ideal, that conscious activity can reshape reality if it is properly informed by both science and morality. 28 Thus dualism encourages a fundamentally conservative and anti-utopian posture according to which what ought to be is always at odds with what is. What's more, the dualistic conception of the relationship between social form and material content perpetuates the ideologically potent notion that social forms are externally linked to persistent and unyielding material realities. This too has conservative implications, for it opens the door wide to a veritable avalanche of commodity and capital-fetishistic notions, while undermining the capacity of the human imagination to erect in thought a social order that positively transcends the eternal verities of capitalism, the market economy and class society. The commodity exchange abstraction is a powerful element of that social being that Marx says determines human consciousness. Throughout history, it has influenced the latter in ways that have encouraged scientific rationality, but also in ways that perpetuate deeply ingrained ideological notions that are crucial to conferring legitimacy on the power and privileges of dominant classes. Its generalization under capitalism therefore constitutes a factor of some importance in determining the highly uneven and discontinuous development of socialist consciousness within the workers' movement and the working class as a whole. 1.7 The uneven and discontinuous growth of class consciousness. Our discussion up to this point has identified a plethora of factors that may impact upon the consciousness of working people as they wrestle with the persistent social and economic problems bred by capitalism. These factors range from the uneven impact of capitalist crisis tendencies on different segments of the international working class to racial and gender inequalities countenanced by cultural traditions, to skill differentials, to the dull compulsion of fending for oneself and one's family in an insecure economic environment, to the mystifying effects of commodity and capital-fetishism, to the insidious naturalization of capitalist relations engendered by the exchange abstraction. To these factors should be, of course, the conscious efforts of the capitalist class to diffuse its values and worldview to the wider working population through the mass media, the churches, the educational system, the entertainment industry, and the family. Despite the many factors that serve to obstruct the emergence of an anti-capitalist, socialist consciousness on the part of the working class, such a consciousness has nevertheless repeatedly and stubbornly asserted itself. Often it is confined to relatively small segments of the classes and most of the developed world today. But at other times, it has embraced a majority or near majority, and seriously posed the question of working class power and the socialist transformation of society. The fact that such a consciousness could emerge at all, given the strength of the factors arrayed against it, calls for an explanation. The explanation that Marx himself adduced remains the most compelling. The working class, despite its divisions, its relative dearth of resources and its susceptibility to the incessant pressures of bourgeois hegemony, is united by powerful common interests that periodically assert themselves in the most unexpected of ways and that demand the formulation of a common working class program based on socialist principles and goals. The development of socialist consciousness within the working class is a powerful tendency apparent in the real history of the capitalist mode of production, one rooted in the social being and common historical interests of working people. But like every tendency, it is confronted by powerful counter-tendencies that determine a definite unevenness in its articulation and spread, and that always threaten its reversal. This uneven and discontinuous quality of the development of socialist class consciousness poses serious programmatic and strategic problems for those who have activated something more than a visceral dislike of capitalism and a vague attraction to the socialist idea. For those who have internalized Marx's critique of capitalist political economy and come to understand the necessity of socialism, the task becomes one of informing the strategic and programmatic perspectives of the workers' movement with the results of Marx's scientific analysis and winning its avant-garde to a revolutionary socialist political project. 1.8 The role of value theory in the anti-capitalist struggle. Marx's theory of value and his critique of capitalist political economy are concerned above all with defining the historical limits of the capitalist mode of production and disclosing the social forms that conceal them. His scientific analysis is at once an explication of the laws of motion of the capitalist economy and an account of how false, or one-sided, ideas about that economy come to arise and flourish. No other theory, however critical of capitalism, has come close to elucidating both of these problems, much less establishing their common foundation in value relations. The essential programmatic conclusion emerging from Marx's analysis is that capitalism is constitutionally incapable of a progressive, crisis-free evolution that would render the socialist project unnecessary, and furthermore, that a socialist transformation cannot be brought about through a process of gradual, incremental reform. Capitalism must be destroyed root and branch before there can be any hope of social reconstruction on fundamentally different foundations, and such a reconstruction is vitally necessary to ensuring further human progress. This revolutionary process requires and begins with the expropriation of capitalist property by a workers' government, one based on a system of council democracy and unreservedly committed to rational, socialist economic planning in the interests of the associated producers and consumers. Despite the urgency of socialist transformation, none of the objective laws of motion of capitalism can bring about an irrevocable breakdown of the system. Capitalism may be digging its own grave, but it stops short of carrying out its own execution. Its final defeat awaits the concerted action of a class-conscious working class. The central practical problem facing Marxian socialism is that under conditions of advanced capitalism, which alone can furnish the material prerequisites for a dynamic socialist transformation, the working class has thus far failed to carry through its anti-capitalist struggle to the end. In part, this failure may be attributed to insufficient class consciousness, in part to strategic errors on the part of revolutionary workers' movements, and in part to the outright betrayal of workers' revolutions by ostensible leaders of the working class. By themselves these factors go quite far toward explaining why, despite the experience of depressions and wars, and social decay amidst material plenty, the working class in advanced capitalism has not yet risen to its historic task of overthrowing the regime of capital. The question is therefore posed: what program can assist the proletariat in bridging the gap between its existing consciousness and practices and the consciousness and action needed for successful anti-capitalist struggle? 29 In the history of Marxist socialism, programs embodying a strategic orientation to bridge that gap have often been called transitional. The Communist Manifesto is in this tradition, as are the These Syntactics and other declarations of the first four congresses of the Third International. Its most comprehensive and eloquent expression is the death agony of capitalism and the tasks of the Fourth International, the famous transitional program written by Russian revolutionary leader Leon Trotsky and adopted at the founding conference of his Fourth International in 1938.30. The hallmark of the transitional programmatic conception is its attempt to overcome the dichotomization of a minimum program of struggle for reforms within capitalism and an abstract maximum program that promises the eventual substitution of socialism for capitalism. A socialist transitional program seeks to transcend this dichotomy by articulating a system of demands that anticipate the social and political content of a workers' state and the early stages of the transition to socialism. These demands are meant to intersect the immediate, largely defensive struggles of the working class as these unfold within capitalism, while at the same time projecting solutions that, taken together, disintegrate the social, political, and military power of the capitalist class. In the words of the Third International, in place of the minimum program of the centrists and reformists, the Communist International offers a struggle for the concrete demands of the proletariat which, in their totality, challenge the power of the bourgeoisie, organize the proletariat and mark out the different stages of the struggle for its dictatorship. 31 Fundamentally, the transitional program is predicated on the inevitability of heightened levels of Class struggle stemming from the inherent contradictions, crisis tendencies, and general irrationality of capitalism. The program permits the vanguard of the working class to build a bridge, at first in practice, then in consciousness, between the immediate struggles of the class and the programmatic goal of a workers' socialist government. A basic theoretical presupposition of the transitional program is that socialists must take into account two essential factors affecting the development of workers' class consciousness: on the one hand, that this consciousness is profoundly conditioned by the fetishisms inherent in the capitalist relations of production and by ideologies rooted in the appearance of things under capitalism; on the other hand, the Titus shaped experiency of struggle against the material depredations of the capitalist system, and under conditions of systemic crisis, the floodgates of consciousness can be opened to possibilities that are not normally entertained by the great mass of working people. Although sometimes conceived as akin to André Gortz's anti-capitalist structural reforms, 32 transitional demands form part of an articulated program of open-ended anti-capitalist struggle. Only when they are individually dissociated from the overall system of demands and thereby fetishized can they devolve into simple reform measures serving a closure of struggle. As a system of demands, in irrevocable opposition to all bourgeois reformist programs, they lead unalterably to one final conclusion: the conquest of power by the proletariat. 33 The logic of the transitional programmatic conception is illustrated by even so modest and partial a transitional demand as the sliding scale of wages and hours. The sliding scale of hours is not only the socialist solution to the problem of unemployment under capitalism, it is a veritable prefiguration of the system of work in socialist society: the total number of workers divided into the total number of hours. 34 Entirely at odds with the bourgeois reformist conception of work sharing, it proposes that any shortening of the work week to address the problem of unemployment must entail no diminution in the living standards of workers. A concrete application of the demand is the call for 30 hours work for 40 hours pay in response to layoffs resulting from labor-saving technological innovation and/or economic contraction. The social logic of this demand is quite clear: technological innovation should accrue to the benefit of workers rather than capitalists, and the right of workers to employment should not be threatened by episodic market conditions. Similarly, the demand for a full sliding scale of wages seeks to guarantee the workers' share of national income by removing wage levels from the adjustments of the capitalist price structure. Overall, the thrust of the sliding scale of wages and hours is to strike a blow against the reification of labor power in the capitalist economy by forcefully and systematically challenging its status as a commodity. Challenges of this sort to the social logic of the capitalist law of value are absolutely necessary if the workers' movement is ever to advance its struggle to the level of establishing a workers' government and expropriating capitalist property. An adequate class struggle socialist program must also address the many factors that contribute to the fragmentation of working class struggles. Transitional and democratic demands pertaining to specific grievances and problems confronting women, minority, and immigrant workers must be integrated into the program if it is to build a bridge wide enough and strong enough to accommodate the working class as a whole. Indeed, it is only in this way that a socialist workers' movement can politically defeat both business unionism and the liberal sectoralism associated with postmodern lifestyle and identity politics. Above all, however, the perspective of struggle around a transitional program must be linked to an internationalist strategy of organizing workers across national lines. Only through a conscious internationalization of their struggle can workers avoid tying their material interests to the competitive performance of their own capitalist synth world market, and resist being drawn into political support for one side or another in great power conflicts leading to world war. The transitional program and the strategic orientation it embodies for mobilizing the working class against capital is fully in accord with Marx's theory in the sense that it challenges the social logic of value relations. But certain limitations of this programmatic strategic conception should be noted. First, its efficacy is largely predicated on the existence of widespread sympathy for socialism as the preeminent goal of the labor movement, as well as a layer of working-class militants who consciously seek the ousting of pro-capitalist labor leaders and the construction of a class struggle leadership. While present to some degree in Latin America, South Africa, and certain parts of Asia, neither of these conditions obtains today in North America, and they are clearly less present in Europe than at most other times over the past century. This circumstance underscoreth the need for those who have achieved a revolutionary socialist consciousness to wage a determined fight to preserve and disseminate the programmatic legacy of Marxism, both through education and cadre development and through exemplary forms of trade union activity and their mass work based in a transitional programme and the promulgation of socialist ideas. Only by waging such a fight, and not only on a national terrain but on an international scale, can socialists prepare the way for linking the program of Marxist socialism to the mass anti-capitalist struggles that are likely to emerge and multiply as the crisis of contemporary capitalism deepens. In the current crisis of confidence in socialism a practical political project can livefully overcome it the extent that a vision of socialism is successfully articulated and promulgated, one firmly based on the principle of working class political independence from capital but also fully engaged with all of the actually existing struggles aimed at resolving the multiple crises of our time. As previously argued, an essential element of such a vision must be comprehensive Marxist balance sheet on the experience of Stalinist real socialism, a matter we will come to shortly. 1.9 Value theory and the struggle for ecological sustainability. The growing awareness amongst working people and elements of the petty bourgeois intelligentsia concerning the depth and seriousness of the ursaning metabolic rift between human activity and the natural conditions of human sustainability has served to open the minds of many in this century to the urgent need for system change. Minkili summarizes a view toward which growing numbers are being drawn. For a human society to function sustainably, that is, without causing irremediable damage to the ecological systems on which survival depends, it needs to minimize the use of non-renewable resources and its consumption of renewable resources, and its generation of material wastes must not exceed the ecological system's regenerative and absorptive capacities. It does not take a rocket scientist to see that there is an apparent contradiction between a system based on less accumulation of capital and the requirements of ecological sustainability. The drive for endless accumulation inevitably leads to the incessant expansion of material production and consumption. On the other hand, ecological sustainability is possible only with steady material production and consumption. 35. Due to the abysmal environmental record of actually existing socialism and to pervasive ignorance of Marx's own views on the relationship between humanity and nature, it is widely believed, even amongst many ostensible Marxists, that Marxist socialism is necessarily committed, for better or for worse, to a Promethean project of human domination over nature, and that Marx's theories thus have little to offer the struggle for ecological sustainability. This has begun to change in recent years thanks to the efforts of scholars like John Bellamy Foster and Paul Burkett, who recognize that Marx and Engels were remarkably cognizant of the grave dangers that the capitalist mode of production posed to the delicate balance between the extension of human productive capacities and the natural conditions in which those capacities rest. 36 To be sure, the two founders of scientific socialism could not possibly have foreseen, from their historical vantage point, the possibility of runaway global warming and massive climate change resulting from the unrestrained consumption of fossil fuels, something that has been integral to the capitalist expansion of the productive forces since the advent of the steam engine. Nor could they have reckoned with the enormous pressure that human population growth, not to mention the insidious ideology of consumerism, would place upon non-renewable resources. But they certainly grasped that the logic of capitalism was fundamentally inimical to responsible human stewardship of the natural environment, for the very good reason that capital cannot help but regard the gifts of nature as an inexhaustible source of accumulation and profit. Foster comments that it is impossible to avoid the conclusion that Marx's view of capitalist agriculture and of the metabolic rift in the nature-imposed relations between human beings and the soil led him to a wider concept of ecological sustainability, a notion that he thought of very little practical relevance to capitalist society, which was incapable of applying rational scientific methods in this area, but essential for a society of associated producers. In this regard, the author of Marx's Ecology cites two important passages from Capital 3. The way that the cultivation of particular crops depends on fluctuations in market prices and the constant changes in cultivation with these price fluctuations, the entire spirit of capitalist production, which is oriented towards the immediate monetary profits, stands in contradiction to agriculture, which has to concern itself with the whole gamut of permanent conditions of life required by the chain of human generations. From the standpoint of a higher socio-economic formation, the private property of particular individuals in the earth will appear just as absurd as the private property of one man in other men. Even an entire society, a nation, or all simultaneously existing societies taken together, are not owners of the earth. They are simply its possessors, its beneficiaries, and habito bequeathati nanim privat stateto succeda generationis boni patria familias. 37. Marx perceived that the disjunction that capitalism creates between value and real wealth is at the root of what we now recognize to be a grave threat to human survival. As a mode of production and exchange, and as a system of class domination and exploitation, capitalism is irrevocably committed to the measurement of wealth solely in terms of value and surplus value, that is to say, solely in terms of the abstract social labor time represented in commodities. Real human wealth, the wealth associated with the production of use values that can satisfy human needs and the demands of all-round human development, is inimical to such a measurement, which, in the last analysis, serves only the reproduction of the capital-wage-labor relation and therefore only the interests of the capitalist class. Hence, the case for an ecologically sustainable socialism is intimately linked to and dependent upon Marx's value-theoretic critique of capitalism. That case must form an integral part of the program of class struggle socialism in the years to come if the working class and its allies are to be attracted to socialism in masse, and if the struggle for ecological sustainability is to succeed in the only way possible, through the revolutionary socialist transcendence of capitalism. Only a planned socialist economy on a global scale can meet the challenges of the climate and broader environmental crises generated by capitalism. To believe otherwise is to imagine that capitalism, as a determinate class antagonistic mode of production, can somehow dispense with the law of value, and it is thus to wager the future of humanity on achieving what can only be described as a capitalist utopia. 2. Value theory and socialist construction. As late as the 1970s, the Soviet model of socialist construction remained an immensely powerful pole of attraction for major segments of the Western working class as well as for the impoverished masses of the colonial and semi-colonial world. The Soviet Union's successes in extensive economic growth in the 1930s and again in the immediate post-war period commanded the admiration of the great majority of those who longed to throw off the yoke of capitalism and imperialism, and to embark on the building of a socialist society free of want and extreme social inequality. Not surprisingly, many admirers of the Soviet achievement were inclined to regard the draconian, corrupt, repressive, and anti-democratic features of the Soviet system as necessary evils, departures from socialist principle that were, in any case, hypocritically exaggerated by anti-socialist forces. What seemed unarguable to those who wanted to believe was that Soviet real socialism had eliminated unemployment, modernized a vast and backward economy at breakneck speed, and provided by the 1950s a level of basic material security for its people that was, in certain respects, superior to conditions prevailing in the beyond the law of value 335 developed capitalist countries. By the early 1960s, Premier Nikita Khrushchev's boast that the Soviet Union would soon reach the stage of full-fledged communism appeared quite plausible to many who had already been awed by the rapid recovery of the Soviet economy in the aftermath of the terrible devastation of World War II. As early as 1936 in The Revolution Betrayed, Leon Trotsky had provided an incisive account of the impressive accomplishments of the Soviet-planned economy while also pointing to the contradictions and limits of the Stalinist bureaucratic command structure that administered it. The progressive role of the Soviet bureaucracy coincides with the period devoted to introducing into the Soviet Union the most important elements of capitalist technique. The rough work of borrowing, imitating, transplanting, and grafting was accomplished on the bases laid down by the revolution. There was, thus far, no question of any new word in the sphere of technique, science, or art. It is possible to build gigantic factories according to a ready-made Western pattern by bureaucratic command, although, to be sure, at triple the normal cost. But the further you go, the more the economy runs into the problem of quality, which slips out of the hands of the bureaucracy like a shadow. The Soviet products are as though branded with the gray label of indifference. Under a nationalist economy, quality demands a democracy of producers and consumers, freedom of criticism and initiative, conditions incompatible with that totalitarian regime of fear, lies and flattery. 38. A faint echo of Trotsky's indictment of bureaucratic commandism in the Soviet degenerated workers' state was sounded some 50 years later by Mikhail Gorbachev as part of his call for restructuring following the Brezhnev era of stagnation. In the last 15 years the national income growth rates had declined by more than a half, and by the beginning of the 80s had fallen to a level close to economic stagnation. A country that was once quickly closing on the world's advanced nations began to lose one position after another. 39. Initially, Gorbachev's reform policies of glasnost and perestroika appeared to to Trotsky's programmatic admonition of 1932, only the interaction of three elements, of state planning, of the market and of Soviet democracy can provide the country with correct leadership in the transitional epoch. 40. But it soon became apparent that Gorbachev's policies were reminiscent not of Trotsky, the leader of the left opposition to Stalin, but much more of Nikolai Bukharin, co-author with Stalin of the anti-Marxist doctrine of building socialism in one country and later the leader of the so-called right opposition to Stalin's regime. Bukharin was the prophet, within ostensibly Marxist thought, if not within the socialist tradition as a whole, of what became known as market socialism. 41. The attraction this notion exerted later on reform-minded bureaucrats like Gorbachev is not difficult to understand, for it is an approach that seeks to resolve the problems associated with transitional socialist economies without introducing the political forms of an authentic workers' democracy and without seeking a socialist division of labor on an international scale. As the experiences of Yugoslavia, Hungary, and ultimately the Soviet Union amply confirm, however, it also turned out to be an approach manifestly incapable of addressing the immense accumulated problems and contradictions of Stalinist bureaucratic mismanagement, waste, and heavy-handed authoritarian rule. The tendency of Stalinist bureaucracies, Gorbachev's included, to pursue a solution to the crisis of the command administrative system by resorting to pro-market reforms owed nothing to the alleged practicality or feasibility of the market socialist alternative. Rather it reflected the conviction of the bureaucratic oligarchies that market-oriented reform was the only departure from the status quo compatible with the perpetuation of their material privileges and their monopoly of political power. In the end, the Gorbachevite resort to market socialism in the USSR turned out to be simply the penultimate chapter in a process of counter-revolution that began with the Stalinist clique's political expropriation of the working class in the 1920s and culminated with the installation of Boris Yeltsin's openly pro-capitalist regime in 1991. It is not possible to enter here into a fuller analysis of the lessons of so-called socialist construction in the former countries of actually existing socialism, or the factors leading to the terminal crisis of the system. But the still strong influence of the market socialism idea on socialist-minded workers and intellectuals suggests that the lesson most widely drawn has been that the crisis of the Stalinist regimes was preeminently a crisis of planned economy and that the indicated antidote was a reassertion of the role of market relations in coordinating economic activity and enforcing efficiency. True, most advocates of market socialism also invoke the necessity for democracy and human rights in a healthy socialist society. But the prevailing tendency is to view democracy as an end in itself rather than as a key ingredient in socialist economic development. Indeed, on this view, democracy for the producers and consumers is conceived to be one of those institutional externalities that may even impede economic efficiency and growth. The optimal articulation of the three elements that Trotsky pointed to as indispensable to socialist economic development, central planning, the market, and workers' democracy, is undoubtedly difficult to achieve. But this problem will remain endemically resistant to satisfactory resolution so long as debate on the political economy of socialism is confined within the parameters of the false dilemma, either bureaucratically centralist state planning or workers' self-management of enterprises within a socialist market economy. Other possibilities deserve to be explored, and it is gratifying to see that a growing body of literature is now seriously engaging the issue. 43. A touchstone for this discussion should certainly remain Trotsky's own proposal for a democratically centralist planning system, one that would continue to rely on market mechanisms for as long as these prove necessary. The problem of the proportionality of the elements of production and branches of the economy constitutes the very heart of socialist economy. The innumerable living participants in the economy, collective and individual, must serve notice of their needs and of their relative strength not only through the statistical determinations of plan commissions but by the direct pressure of supply and demand. The plan is checked and, to a considerable degree, realized through the market. The regulation of the market itself must depend upon the tendencies that are brought out through its mechanism. The blueprints produced by the departments must demonstrate their efficacy through commercial calculation. The art of socialist planning does not drop from heaven, nor is it presented full-blown into one's hands with the conquest of power. This art may be mastered only by struggle, step by step, not by a few but by millions, as a component part of the new economy and culture. 44. Elsewhere, Trotsky emphasized that planning is not a self-sufficient method of regulating the economic affairs of human beings, but rather critically dependent on certain other principles of social and economic organization. Successful socialist construction is unthinkable without including in the planned system the direct personal interests of the producer and consumer, their egoism, which in its turn may reveal itself fruitfully only if it has in its service the customary reliable and flexible instrument, money. The raising of the productivity of labor and bettering of the quality of its products is quite unattainable without an accurate measure freely penetrating into all the cells of industry, that is, without a stable unit of currency. For the regulation and application of plans, two levers are needed: the political lever, in the form of a real participation in leadership of the interested masses themselves, a thing which is unthinkable without Soviet democracy, and a financial lever, in the form of a real testing out of a priori calculations with the help of a universal equivalent, a thing which is unthinkable without a stable money system. 45. This vision of socialist construction may seem to be something of a retreat from Marx's program of fully transcending market and monetary relations in the creation of a society in which human beings consciously direct their affairs. But it should be borne in mind that Trotsky is speaking here of the transition to socialism, and that he regards socialist planning as an art that must be mastered by millions, as a component part of the new economy and culture. What vistas will open up with the democratic involvement of millions of people in social and economic planning cannot be predicted from our present vantage point. All that can be said with certainty is that for some time following the conquest of power by the working class and its allies, socialist planning will continue to rely heavily on the assistance of market forces and monetary instruments. But the question remains, would the survival of money and the market signify the survival of the law of value? The answer is, yes, up to a point. The persistence of market and money categories could only mean that society is continuing to allocate resources and distribute income in accordance with the measurement of labor time. But in a centrally planned economy, under the democratic administration of the associated producers and consumers, the measurement of wealth in terms of socially necessary labor time would cease to be the dominant principle of economic regulation and resource allocation. Moreover, the abolition of private ownership in the means of production and of enterprise competition geared toward profit maximization would undercut two of the central pillars of the capitalist law of value, rendering obsolete the quest for surplus value as the motor force of economic activity. The survival of exchange value in such a post-capitalist society would not, in other words, entail the survival of surplus value. Human activity could henceforth be geared toward the satisfaction of human needs and the all-round development of the human personality rather than toward the appropriation of wealth in the socially antagonistic form of private profit. but for this to happen socialist exchange value would have to be the form of appearance of a new set of social relations based preeminently upon cooperation, solidarity and proletarian democracy, and not upon the invidious enterprise competition that currently fashionable models of market socialism unabashedly posit and even celebrate. 46 This much is clear, the models of market socialism that have issued from the crisis of Stalinism could not fail to perpetuate and entrench all the characteristic evils associated with the value relation, from unemployment to the division of mental and manual labor, that Marxist socialism has always set its sights on eliminating. Marx's theory of value stands as a constant reminder of the limits to the historically progressive role of commodity exchange and as a challenge to reconstruct society on fundamentally different foundations. As such, it directs us to look beyond that exists, beyond a social order dominated by the invisible Leviathan, to that which ought to and could exist once human beings determine, in defiance of the capitalist law of value, to assume mastery of their own collective destiny.